Good evening, everybody. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Thank you. If we could all rise for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. A reminder to please silence your cell phones while we're in here. And could we have the roll call, please?
Mrs. Fryrick?
Here.
Mr. Posnell?
Here.
Mr. Robinson?
Here.
Mr. Sanders?
Here.
Mr. Scalette? Here. Mrs. Schrader? Here. Mr. Sears?
Here.
Mr. Sullivan?
Here.
Mr. Tillman?
Here.
9 members present.
Okay, thank you. Before we open up the public comment from the audience, I think we have some that are going to be read.
Correct. We have 3 read comments tonight. The first one is from Mallory Ruth from 1222 Oakwood Lane. Sadly, I speak to you tonight with concerns of negative backlash based on my opinion. Negative backlash that is labeled members of the community against masking as rude, privileged, Trump supporters, ignorant, and just dumb, for having a difference of opinion and without knowing one thing about me or my family personally. How have we gotten here, especially in a country and society that claims freedom of speech while supporting rights for all? Tonight, I am not going to rehash the statistics around COVID. I think we all agree that you can find any statistic to favor your view on the situation. For clarification, to mitigate assumptions being made about me right now, I am fully vaccinated against COVID and fully support all scientific research that drives the medical industry. I respect and have compassion for all of the professions that have been thrust into the horrific world COVID has created, and thank every single person who has worked tirelessly to fight this pandemic. However, I do not support the mandate to mask all children, staff, and visitors in buildings where children under the age of 12 will be present. I cringe at what this mandate for reasons outside of virus or droplet control. What is it teaching our young members of society regarding rights around their body and difference of opinions? I will be the first one to admit that I have taken for granted the rights given to us as citizens of what I think is the greatest country in the world. We are able to choose our education, healthcare, who we love, how we raise our family, and many, many, many other things. I understand masking is seen as a way to protect our society, but on the other hand, is mandating masking showing our younger society that you must be complacent regardless of what your rights allow you to fight for? When I became a mother, especially to 2 daughters, my opinions and priorities shifted in ways I could never have imagined. My husband and I solely impact how my daughters will see and be seen in this world, a very cruel world, sadly. We teach understanding, compassion, and kindness in our house every single day. But being nice and having compassion does not mean being complacent and blindly following without ensuring you are making the best decision for you alone. We teach our daughters to stand up for what they believe in, question the norm, and trust in their core principle values. So mandating masking, to me, is not about statistics from random sources. It's about allowing each and every individual of this community to make the decision that is right for them and them alone. Every single one of us and our families have different views on a million things. Allowed to have individual views is again a right that is taken for granted by many, by way too many. Masking is hidden under being a good member of society that protects our friends and neighbors, but I ask, where does the mandated ordinance stop? Look away this time and the next, potentially before we know it, what rights are gone for good? I assume we all have been glued to the TV watching what is currently unfolding in Afghanistan, a horrible situation that impacts me greatly. I have directly supported the mission my entire working career, but also for the humanitarian crisis impacting innocent women and children. In a blink of an eye, the right to education, individualism, family, personalized health care, and many other things were ripped from millions of innocent people. So I ask again, when does it stop? I close with a quote from a great advocate for equality, a fighter who never backed down to the bullies, Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg. A constitution, as important as it is, will mean nothing unless the people are yearning for liberty and freedom. All right, the next one is from Jen and David Mubray from 1125 Rosecroft Lane. Dear Superintendent Williams and School Board President Posnow, we commented at the last meeting in full support of masks, and we're not planning to repeat all that we have already said, However, we would like to thank the school board for the August 9th vote in favor of requiring masks at all schools that are attended by children under 12. Thank you for following the guidance and advisement of the CDC, the American Academy of Pediatrics, and many other experts who agree that masks are a tool to help keep children in school safely for in-person learning 5 days a week when necessitated by the spread/data. As the school year has started, we are relieved to know that the majority of the YSSD school board, along with the administration, chose safety and science over politics. We were overjoyed to be at back to school night in person. Everyone was masked, but you could still see the smiles and joy in everyone's faces. When we asked our 2nd and 7th grader about their first days of school, neither complained about the mask, but rather they shared their happiness about being back in person safely to learn and to see the friends, teachers, and staff they love. Thank you, YSSD, for being bold and setting the example that this pandemic is about the collective we and not about the me, and demonstrating that the majority of us want to take care of other people. All right, this is the third of 3. My name is Kristen Cummings, and I live at 2635 Hartford Road. At the last school board meeting, I spoke that masking York Suburban staff and students should continue to remain a personal and parental choice. I still believe this should be the case. As a school board, you spoke about the safety of our children and how requiring our YS community to wear a medical device is the best way to mitigate the virus. This is simply not true. If you really wanted to solve this problem in the long run, you could and should consider engineering controls such as dilution and destruction. Allow more outside air to flow through the buildings. You can do this by setting all the buildings' fresh air dampers to their maximum opening capacity on the HVAC systems. You can also purchase needlepoint ionization technology, which, when added to the HVAC intake fans, will kill mold, bacteria, and viruses, including COVID. So there are other safety measures more effective than mask wearing that this district could easily implement. Use COVID funds to purchase said technologies, not just to make the air better now, but better for years to come. Another reason to invoke parent choice is, as a district, you then have less liability for any short or long-term negative effects on the children you are requiring to wear masks. I think we can all agree this district doesn't need any more money spent in areas that aren't necessary. At the last school board meeting, Dr. Williams spoke in reference to the district's response to the pandemic last year, and I quote, "What I noticed, the data that I look at is, well, how did we do? Well, we did fine, and so did everybody else around us who didn't necessarily follow all the recommendations. So we had similar experiences to districts that didn't follow the recommendations in the same way that we did," end quote. Other districts around us are not requiring medical devices such as masks. Other districts did not follow the guidelines as stringently as York Suburban did last year, meaning other districts also had similar COVID numbers to what YS did, even though we followed the recommendations more closely. In closing, if a parent, child, or adult would like to choose to wear a mask, I have no problem with that. I have a major problem with this board and district acting like they know how to make medical decisions for my child. You couldn't pick my child out from a group of 10 kids. Therefore, why do you think you deserve to make their medical decisions? I have a pediatrician for my child that advises me how to best meet their needs. We will continue to fight this unless this is overturned. No mandates for medical devices, COVID testing, or vaccines. That is our choice. Our right as a parent to choose what we feel is best for a child that we've known since they've been alive. You will not make medical decisions for them. Educational, yes. Medical, no. Make masks an optional choice for all. Thank you for your time and consideration of this matter.
All right, now this is the opportunity for public comment. What I would ask is, we're going to have a lot of people making comments tonight. Let's please refrain from booing, clapping, cheering. Let's just have the comments tonight. They will be limited to 5 minutes or less. There's no sharing of time. There's no giving of time. Everybody that wants to speak gets an opportunity to speak. So with that.
Good evening. My name is Denise Furman. I reside at 499 Hunting Park Lane. Most of you know me as the East York principal. More importantly, I am mom to Natalie and Alex. Today, my daughter got news that was devastating to her. She will be ineligible to play Division II field hockey this fall because she did not meet the academic requirements. I feel like I failed her as a mother. I feel like her high school counselor, Dr. Britton, failed her. She stated since her freshman year that her goal was to play hockey in college. She was articulate and communicated her goals to her counselor. I remember the discussions about small Division I schools versus competitive Division II schools. In talking to Dr. Ellis today, he apologized that the system broke down. Academics at York Suburban did not come easily to Natalie. When she was younger, I questioned if it was effort. As she got older, I realized she was working to the best of her abilities. As her mother, I suggested classes where I knew she would have teachers that would support her. Natalie fell in love with the arts and took as many of those classes as she could. None of the aforementioned classes served to meet her core requirements for the NCAA. There is nothing that can be done now. We will figure out a path forward. I'm sharing this with you because if I, a York Suburban insider, cannot successfully get my daughter through the high school and towards her goals, how can we expect other families to do so? What safeguards are in place for families learning to speak English? Families moving from other school systems? Families where they are blindly trusting us, the York Suburban staff, to do the right thing. I can't begin to convey to you the pain that she is feeling right now. So I'm going to leave and go take care of my daughter, but I will do my York Suburban due diligence and watch these proceedings when the videotape is shared. Thank you.
Okay, the floor is open for public comment.
Good evening. My name is Quentin G. My address is 573 South Yale Street. I'd like to start by first thanking the board. This is a group that is overworked, unpaid. That's correct. They do not get paid and underappreciated. I'm not here to discuss masks or no masks. I don't have numbers. I don't have statistics. One thing I do want to address is that I have heard that masks delay speech and language development in children. I think the issue we're dealing with there is these right here. We put more FaceTime into our phones than we do our own children. Our children are at school 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, 40 hours a week. That leaves 128 hours. We can have family time with our children. We can be out in our community, FaceTiming with our neighbors. And no matter what you believe, these right here are what is dividing our community and our district right now. People are using this to get their 15 minutes of fame. And tonight, they're here to get their 5 minutes of fame. No matter my political view or my stance on masks, I can assure you I have something in common with each and every person in this room tonight. That's a common ground that we need to focus on to bring our community and our school district back together. And I assure you, our district has much more pressing issues at hand. One of those is how do we prevent our district from becoming bankrupt without bankrupting the taxpayers? Because this is a reality. Unfortunately, I don't have enough time to go into the details of that, but the mask debate is sidetracking and drawing attention away from this issue that the board members need to focus on more than should we or should we not have masks. I ask that both sides of the aisle take your prepared statements with facts and quotes and tear them up. If you come up to the microphone tonight, it is only to thank the board and the administrators for all the dedication and commitment that they give to both our district and community that they serve. I'll finish up by saying it is time that we use common sense to find that common ground and reunite our community and our district. Thank you.
Please, let's hold the applause, please.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Good. Fine, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Arlene O'Connor. I live at 852 South Ogon Street, York, PA. I'm not a queen or a knave or even a white rabbit. But may I ask a question of you? Can anyone explain how we came to be in such a predicament? School districts mandating masks as medical devices that our children are expected to wear even if there is no chance of a serious medical condition befalling them. Except, of course, their depressive symptoms resulting from the lack of the ability to communicate properly and read the facial signals of friends and teachers in school. This will obviously lead to lowered social skill development and learning ability. Children are expected to be fearful of an imaginary death sentence and made to feel guilty for possibly killing grandma and grandpa. If they don't adhere to these beliefs, they will be ridiculed and sent out of their school. Quote, I don't believe there is an atom of meaning in it, close quote, said Alice. For example, why remedy a situation with medical devices that will make the situation all the more detrimental? I think I know. If there's no meaning in it, said the king, that saves a world of trouble. You know, as we needn't find any, said the king. We needn't find the meaning in it. We needn't follow the science and measure the efficacy of medical device wearing in school children to mitigate the virus. Also, we needn't consider parental choice in the health and welfare of their own children. And lastly, we needn't determine the legality of the school mandating that every child wear a medical device, even if the General Assembly gave no permission for the school to do so. It is almost as if we are living in Wonderland, just as the Queen said, sentence before verdict. Well, my child needs to breathe. And I wish I could say to every child in York Suburban School District, wake up, sweet Alice, this is but a dream.
Good evening. I'm tall. My name is Sarah Reinecker. I live at 1101 Farquhar Drive. First and foremost, please accept my sincere thanks and appreciation for voting on August 9th for the current policy in place to mandate masks for children in buildings 12 and under. At that time, I didn't expect it to be on tonight's school board agenda again. You did the right thing on August 9th, and you followed science, but more importantly, you followed common sense. To that end, I'm not here to advocate mask or no mask. I'm here to advocate that you continue to make your policies based on common sense. So what does common sense look like? Let me offer this as an example. A school district in Texas, in the heart of a state where the governor is sanctioning school districts, sorry, hang on a sec, where the governor is sanctioning school districts that vote for mask mandates, circumvented this very nonsensical policy by writing into their school dress code that masks are mandated. This school district's thinking makes sense, and their creativity to keep children safe makes sense. Here's what else makes sense.
This morning, Penn Live reporter Ivy De Jesus published the following article titled, "Masks Don't Protect Children? They Can Harm Kids?" We fact-checked the claims being made by the anti-mask crowd. I have a copy for you all. I intended to read the entire article this evening because it makes so much sense. But I have 2:44 left, and the article, when I time myself, took about 8 minutes. But I trust you have common sense and will want to read anything that aligns with common sense to stay abreast of the latest information that local and regional epidemiologists quoted in this article comment on the subject. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your time. And in the name of maintaining the principles that this district is built on, please always vote with common sense policy. Thank you.
Please, 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 no applause. If you pass them up, we'll make sure everybody gets one. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone, school board members. It's a pleasure, and thank you for the opportunity to address the board this evening. My name is Jody Keller, and I live at 135 Edgewood Drive. My husband and I, Jake, are the parents of 2 York Suburban graduates. Both are now successful adults, having benefited from an excellent education and experience at York Suburban. So I thank you all for that. My husband and I owned a small business in York, and we continue to be community nonprofit volunteers. And I happen to be a member of the Rotary Club of York, and I've been a member of Rotary for 30 years. Many of you may not know about Rotary, but it is an international organization of business people that do good in the world. In particular, my experience as a Rotarian is relevant to the discussions and deliberations regarding mask wearing and other measures to help mitigate the continued spread of COVID and to keep our kids as safe, especially those who are not able to get vaccinated. And my grandsons are a couple of those. I suspect the board agrees that civil discourse and exchange of various viewpoints is valuable in making decisions that will affect families in York Suburban School District. I'm also certain that board members consider solutions that will be focused on the greater good rather than being swayed by personal preferences, political views, or noise that distracts and divides all of us. Sorry. So for those of you who are Rotarians or are familiar with the tenets of Rotary International, we focus on making our community a world better for all. You know the motto of Rotary if you're in Rotary, and if not, it's service above self. Individualism is not the way, it's greater good. It's very relevant in this situation, and I respectfully ask that you consider the Rotary four-way test as you listen to comments and make decisions that will affect us all. The four-way test requires we ask these questions about what we think, say, and do. Is it the truth? Is it fair to all concerned? Will it build goodwill and better relationships? And will it be beneficial to all concerned? In closing, I will add that a key project of Rotary International has been Polio Plus, a worldwide effort to eradicate polio through vaccinations. I find it ironic that anyone associated with Rotary and the humanitarian work done to make our world free of deadly viruses, such as the one that causes polio, would object to measures to limit or prevent illness and death due to viruses affecting us today. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Cecilia Clark. I live at 448 Hillcrest Road. The last time we gathered, I heard a lot of fear. I heard a lot of media narrative. I heard a lot of credential touting. I heard a board member say mask wearing is the kind thing to do. Now is not the time for virtue signaling. It's of no use. Truth is, we are 18 months past 2 weeks of flatten the curve, and why are we still battling this? Because the things you are doing aren't useful. You're following guidance from the CDC and the NIH, who have purposely chosen to ignore the data obtained from the studies that they paid to do. A recent such study of Barnstable County, Massachusetts, is available for anybody's review on the CDC website. By July 26, there were 469 positive COVID-19 cases. 75% of those cases were fully vaccinated individuals. 25% of those cases were unvaccinated or of unknown vaccination status. There were 0 deaths. There were 5 hospitalizations. All 5 of those were fully vaccinated. We are having an outbreak in the summer when respiratory syndromes don't do that because of a condition called antibody-dependent enhancement. A person gets shotted up with this experimental treatment, then gets exposed to the virus, and the experimental shot fights it wrong and causes the virus to be worse than it would with native infection. Israel's numbers have shown this. People over there who got sick without the vax are now protected to a greater degree than those who jumped for the mystery juice. There have been no successful vaccines to date for SARS-CoV-1, MERS, or RSV. All respiratory viruses with animal reservoirs. During trials for SARS-CoV-1 in the early 2000s, animals were injected with vaccine. They had temporary immunity. When re-exposed to the virus, all the animals died. The vaccine never made it to human trials. 17-year survivors of SARS-CoV-1 infection have been tested and have been found to have robust and natural immunity 17 years later. We have been living with coronaviruses a very long time. They're always circulating in the environment. Ask yourself, why are we doing these things that we didn't do for the common cold, RSV, or influenza? Coronavirus is any respiratory viruses are spread by aerosol particles small enough to penetrate any mask. Or medical device. I've heard people say, well, if it gets the kids back into school and in-person learning, masks are okay. That's a political concession. It's not a medical argument. It's sad it's come to this. We're nearly 2 years in of requiring kids to have their facial expressions muted. Masks hinder breathing. They don't allow for the visualization of speech, which is crucial to phonetic development. And we have no exit strategy. We'll be chasing this thing until you realize that and acknowledge that the CDC is giving you very bad, unscientific guidance. We've got a 99.9% survival rate among children if they become symptomatic. There are safe and effective treatments that someone's natural immune system should need some help. The safety of ivermectin for children has been established since the 70s. Hydroxychloroquine, safety established since the 80s. They're both very cheap as compared to the new monoclonal antibody remdesivir, and certainly as compared to this experimental shot. Big Pharma is not our friend. The smear campaign on hydroxychloroquine has been found to be completely fraudulent. Don't take my word for that. I invite you to do your own research. The very forefront of the nursing code of ethics is the right to self-determination to make your own healthcare decisions, which stem from the Nuremberg Code, which was done after the Nuremberg trials after the Holocaust. Patients have the moral and legal right to determine what will be done with their own person without undue duress, coercion, or penalty. Since our freedom to subscribe to bad science or not has been stripped by this board, We need to challenge whether it has the authority to do so, being that it hasn't come down from the General
30
Assembly.
seconds.
And we are. We can pull our kids out of the school to protect them from these abusive draconian measures. Some are. We can challenge re-election to seats on the board, and we are. Wouldn't it have been easier to just allow for the parents to have medical freedom and choice for what's best for their children? Wouldn't that be the kind thing to do, the right thing to do? But here this board sits, complicit in these crimes against humanity. Do the right thing. It shouldn't be such a tall order to replace control with common sense. People have been willing to give up
Time.
their rights and comply because they thought it would make
Time,
this
please.
nightmare end. And it's because of that compliance that it
Time,
isn't
please.
ending.
Please. Could we have people line up so that we, if you want to speak, just to make it go quicker?
Good evening. My name is Jenna Markle, and I live at 660 Courtley Drive. I'm the parent of a York Suburban graduate and a current York Suburban student. Earlier this month, this board voted to provide a safe learning environment for the York Suburban students too young to be vaccinated for the too young to be vaccinated for COVID-19 and mandated masks in their schools. Your common sense decision is supported by those who believe that every child should have access to a safe public education. To equally extend that access to all York Suburban students, masks must also be mandated at the high school. We cannot assume that every student old enough to be vaccinated has been or will be, and vaccination alone is not enough to prevent the spread of the Delta variant. Because the CDC is still working to determine if Delta can cause more severe disease in children, we cannot base today's decisions on yesterday's numbers. York County's transmission rate rose from substantial to high within a week. Clearly, COVID-19 is not under control in our community. Masks help control the spread of COVID-19 by containing an infected person's respiratory droplets. That is the science. Real-world research by the ABC Science Collaborative, formed by the Duke University School of Medicine and the Duke Clinical Research Institute, shows how effectively cloth masks helped control the spread of COVID-19 in 100 North Carolina school districts and 14 charter schools that mandated masks. The study involved more than 1 million students and staff. From March to June 2021, more than 7,000 children and adults attended school while infectious with COVID-19. More than 40,000 close contacts in the districts required quarantine. However, only 363 became infected with it. Peer-reviewed studies in schools in 6 other states have produced consistent data. Opponents of masking have not produced a single peer-reviewed study of individuals in schools that shows masking does not work. Masking is an issue of safety and common sense, not constitutional rights. U.S. Supreme Court rulings have established that constitutional rights are conditional. The most basic and important condition is that our exercise of rights must not endanger others or the public welfare. A parent's right to decide if their child wears a mask ends when their child walks into a public school and can potentially infect other people's children, including during the 2 days before they develop symptoms and don't even know that they're sick. Excuse me a second. Part of the same community in which our high school students are required to perform community service in order to graduate is disgracefully arguing that they shouldn't be protected from a potentially deadly disease. COVID-19 will be with us for a long time as it continues to mutate. We are going to have to learn to adapt. Teaching our children effective coping skills and compassion will safeguard their mental health now and in the future. Masking will safeguard their physical health now. Masks should be mandated district-wide as recommended by the CDC, the American Academy of Pediatrics, the Pennsylvania State Education Association, and the Pennsylvania affiliate of the American Federation of Teachers. Thank you.
Please.
Hello, my name is Janine Hershey, and I live at 1918 South Queen Street. And oh my goodness, this is, if you ever wondered what you needed to do to get a crowd out, this is certainly the topic. So, and you definitely have our attention, and that's why so many people are here tonight. And you have our attention because of the decisions that you have made for our school district, the decisions you've made for our children. I believe in some statistics when I read them or videos I see for whatever reason, and something hits home because it relates to me somehow on a personal level. And it could be what it's said or how it's said, but I decide, I choose what I want to believe, as anyone should in this room. I hope that what I say next is heard and truly heard by everyone here tonight, because this is a big deal. Let's say that our situation was totally opposite of what it is now. Say that the majority of the board said masks are not allowed to be worn on school property by anyone in any building anywhere. Medical and religious excuses are unacceptable, and if your child is caught wearing a mask, disciplinary action will be taken. And it sounds crazy. It is crazy. But I would be here saying the same thing I am now, and I'd be defending the parents that wanted their child to wear a mask. I would be defending the parents to have a choice, because it is their child. It's their child, it's their choice. I just want you to see beyond your own personal belief, just for a second. If someone told you that you or your children were not permitted to wear a mask anywhere on school property, you would feel lost. You would feel unfairly treated. You'd feel defeated. And by an elected board that should have had the best interests set forth for not only our children, but for York Suburban parents and the community. I could not imagine, seriously, I'm reading this, but I cannot imagine how difficult it is to try to please all of us. You can't do it. It's crazy. But I ask that you genuinely put yourself on both sides of this fence, because your current decision will continue to divide York Suburban. It's clearly divided. You can see where people are sitting and everything. But students will leave the charter schools, and now I've heard of legal action that's being taken against the school, and we cannot afford to lose students and to be in court over something that can be simply resolved by making mask wearing optional. Please reconsider, and please give us the choice and allow us to parent. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Rebecca Shanneman. I live at 144 North Strathcona Drive. I'd like to thank you for everything you've done over the course of this pandemic. I know it's been really difficult and nothing's easy, and it's all appreciated. I'd also like to say that I appreciate that everybody in this room has their children's best interest at heart. I truly believe that. I can look right now at someone on the other side of this debate who I truly love. She'll be my friend and my neighbor after this is all over. With that being said, I am here today in support of the mask mandate. I think I've seen the news. I think that what I am looking at on the news in terms of rising case numbers, pediatric case numbers, is a true fact. And I think our children who are unvaccinated are at risk of contracting a disease. We understand that the incidence of hospitalization and death in pediatric cases is low. It is a fluid situation, and what we don't understand is the long-term effects of COVID. We've heard a lot about personal choice in this debate, but this is a communicable disease, and that's why personal choice is not the correct rubric to look at this from. Somebody else's decision can affect another person's child. That's why it's a community decision, and I appreciate that the board saw that when they took their last vote. Mask optional, in my opinion, because of the way children are, will be essentially a no mask policy. I trust my children for the most part, like most parents. If I send them to school and ask them to wear a mask in a mask optional building, they may forget to put it on after lunch. They may forget to put it on after recess. They may lose it. That's just true, and I don't think it's fair to ask the teachers who are already overworked to constantly monitor who's supposed to be wearing a mask and who's not wearing a mask. I don't think that's going to work in this particular environment. If we have a no mask reality and a non-vaccinated population, I think we have a dangerous situation. We've heard a lot about masks being unpleasant or even traumatizing. I agree, they're not ideal, but I'm a realist. COVID has not left us at this point with a lot of good choices. We're left with a spectrum of less harmful choices. To my opinion, wearing a mask is a less harmful and traumatic choice than having to go to the hospital, than watching a classmate go to the hospital, than watching a parent or a grandparent go to the hospital. That's just the spectrum of reality that we have to deal with. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the people who are on the other side of this debate is right. If that's the case, then the cost will be that my children and everyone's children had to wear a mask that would be inconveniencing until the vaccinations are available to elementary school kids. I think that's a small price. But if I'm right and they're wrong, there's a much larger price that we might pay with ill children, ill faculty, and ill family of the children and faculty. That's how I see the situation, and I appreciate again your interest in listening to all points of view while you make your decision. Thank you very much.
Hi, please bear with me. I'm completely unprepared tonight. This is my first school board meeting I've ever attended. I should have been coming for years. I have a junior in high school, a senior in high school, and I have a college graduate who also went to Suburban. I don't care what your politics are. I don't care what your beliefs are. I don't care about any of that. I just want to pose to you something. Well, I probably will care at another board meeting because I'll be prepared. But at this one, there's something that's standing out to me. Has anyone thought of the trauma-affected children who you then put masks on? Probably not, because most people don't work in my field. I work at Access York. I've worked there for 10 years. I work third shift. I work alone. I usually work 10 nights a month. I now work 25 nights a month. I used to have a coworker. I now don't. The reason is COVID and masks. When you work my job and you get calls at 3 a.m. for children who've been sexually assaulted, molested, raped, and abused, you learn eventually that the physical part does not last as long as the emotional part. When people are grooming children for this abuse, there's a test they do. It's called covering their mouths. If you cover a child's mouth so many times, psychological studies will prove this to you, since we all need to confirm this with someone who doesn't do it. They will prove to you that these children are re-traumatized by the mask. I just ask if you've ever thought of that. I have, because I have no other choice. I can't give a lot of information about the private stories, but I've sat with a kid who's cried and said their rapist used to put the handkerchief around their mouth. That's what they do. They train them to be quiet. You don't get to see these studies because as a society, we've protected them. They're not on the news. They're not in the newspapers. They're not something you can find. These children are under 18. You can do all the research you want. You'll never see what I see every single day and every single night. These children who have been raped, who I've gone to the police station and sat with, whose uncle has put their hand over their mouth 20 times in the last year to see if that child's safe enough to assault, those children are very affected by the mask. When you take their choice away, you're re-traumatizing them every single day. So I'm not here to say whether the masks help or not. The boxes say right on it, does not protect against COVID. That's a simple read for any of us. The fact is, are you thinking about the children who are not represented in a study? Because at one point as a society, we cared enough about those children to protect their rights. That's why it's not released to the public. That's why it's not out for us to see, because those children's trauma is so severe that if we put that out there, society would know, the public would know, they would be treated different. Has anyone even thought for 1 second about those children? Has anyone thought about the mothers who have been raped, who know what it feels like to have their mouths covered up, and they now have no choice but to cover their kid's face up in school? Studies on domestic violence show the beatings, the physical part of it, erases first. The mask is a physical thing. Studies show that the emotions last for their lifetime, and they battle that forever. There's an emotional side to the mask for some of these kids, and you're all forgetting about them. You're not thinking of this. You're thinking only medical. We have psychologists at the school that treat these kids and have all these services for them. Is anyone thinking of that? So I ask you to consider, there's not going to be a study. There's not going to be something you can prove. But maybe you want to call us at Access York. Maybe you want to call the domestic violence shelter. Maybe you want to see why I work 25 nights at my part-time job instead of 8. Because the amount of calls that we get per week for children who are being assaulted has tripled and quadrupled. And I hear the stories. You know what they are? My kids were home from school, so I had to leave them at the neighbors. My kids were home from school, so I had to leave them at the uncles. I'm not making this up. It's heartbreaking what is happening to these kids. All to make sure we put something on their face that says on the box, does not protect against COVID virus. It says it. It comes to the hospital. It's not written on there. I know you know that because I'm sure at all the meetings I haven't attended, this has been a thing. Another thing I pose to you, at what point are we going to put stuff regarding this mask and this vaccine into our
30 seconds.
bullying policy? Teachers and children are bullying each other. Teachers have bullied my kids outside of the classroom, and they're kids who can't even be bullied. They're big, strong-willed kids. You know them. They don't get bullied. Teachers and children are bullying people over masks and vaccines. If your bullying policy is up to date, you better include that in it. Because I'm going to start having the names of the teachers and the kids written down that are bullying my kids over this debate. It should stay in this room. It should not be brought by teachers and kids to our kids.
Time, please. Oh, hey, please, could you come back and give us your name and address?
My name's Marissa Young, and I live at 1125 East Maple Street.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Rachel Coldiron. I live at 881 Moffett Lane, and I'm a 17-year-old senior here at York Suburban. I have watched the last 2 board meetings as you all have made the very difficult decision of whether or not to require masks as we head back to school. I was blown away by the number of parents who came to advocate for their children, but I also felt that providing a student perspective could be beneficial for the board, the administration, and the parents. You don't sit in these classrooms, but I do. And for a year, I watched classes of 10 people sit on their phones for 5 minutes at the end of class, not speaking one word to another, where in a normal year, they would gather around desks and talk about school, sports, life, and whatever was on their mind that day. Side note, we do that again now that masks are optional. The days that class ended early, we would spend in community with those around us. But social distancing and the isolation that masks brought changed the environment of the school and of the world. In the 12 years that I have spent in suburban, I have never seen my peers struggle more socially, emotionally, and academically as I saw them struggle last year. I have heard it said many times, and I will repeat, that I do not envy your position. I know that it must be an incredible weight to carry, and that it is impossible to please everyone. But what I ask of you tonight is for you to look at the bigger picture. All throughout this journey we have faced as a world navigating a complex, overwhelming pandemic, we have heard the phrase, follow the science. But I pose to you this question, which science? Because as I was doing research to speak to you tonight, I found an overwhelming amount of science on both sides, with evidence and testimonies from doctors on the front lines supporting and opposing the effectiveness of social distancing, masking, and even the vaccine. The following is a direct quote from the CDC website where it states, individuals infected with the Delta variant, including fully vaccinated people with symptomatic breakthrough infections, can transmit it to others. According to this quote, anyone at any time can spread the virus regardless of vaccination status. I have taken both psychology and child development classes through this school, both of which have taught me with overwhelming amounts of study that the children in our elementary schools and even our middle school are in the middle of their most formidable years. The social skills they learn at this age are ones that will carry them through the rest of their lives. Children learning in a classroom environment need to be able to see the facial expressions and the lips of their teacher and their peers as they learn different parts of our language every day. I also believe that the social environment in schools is directly tied to the academic participation and comprehension of its students, and I think that most people, regardless of opinions on masks, would tell you that wearing them significantly changes the social interaction between people. I was thrilled to hear that masks were optional at the high school level, but my heart breaks for the children in our elementary and middle schools who have to continue wearing them for 7-hour days. I recognize that there is a health risk either way, mask or no mask, but in looking at the numbers, I have to ask you, which risk is greater? The risk of our children becoming infected with COVID or the risk of their social, emotional, and academic skills being stunted for the rest of their lives. I have been in this incredible school district for my entire life, and for as long as I can remember, it is our community that we have valued and taken pride in. And I truly believe that the community and the education of our children is what is the price that is being paid. Thank you for your time.
Good evening. My name is Gavin Gottwalt and I live at 1747 Wallace Street. I am 12 years old and I'm in 7th grade and go to York Suburban Middle School. As I sit in class, it saddens me to see how many people don't socialize with others. Instead, they just sit on their phones, keeping to themselves. I understand that families have different opinions on masks and I respect their opinions, but as a district, each and every student should all have a choice to wear a mask or not. I know I have very little say in this whole situation, but as a human being, everybody should have a choice. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name's Amy Gottwald. I live at 1747 Wallace Street. Gavin is my son. I'm actually a graduate of York Suburban High School. I have 4 kids that attend. My oldest is a senior. Gavin's in the middle school, and then I have a daughter who would have been in Yorkshire. Last year, I pulled both my daughter, Alexandra, and Gavin from the school district, and I homeschooled them because I did not want them to have to wear masks the entire day at school. Because I truly believe that like our kids are free. They live in a free country and they should have the freedom to interact with other children and have fun. And honestly, I didn't want my children to have to wear a mask all day because there's something to say about instilling fear in a child. I don't want my kids to grow up in a world where they have to walk every single day where they are living in fear. Because I'm also a youth pastor at a church right down the street. And some of the biggest things that I see in the kids these days are anxiety and worry and fear. And if we are instilling that in our children from the time that they are young until the time that they get old, they will never grow out of that. They will stay in their houses. They will not thrive. And that is not what we want for them. I want my kids to have freedoms. I want them to experience joy. But if I put a mask on their face every day and said, be afraid of a disease, be afraid of dying, be afraid of going outside, what kind of life is that? What kind of life are they going to live? Like, we could die every single day. There is a chance you could walk out the door and not live. I say give the kids a chance to have fun, to interact with one another, to enjoy the life that they have, because we are not promised tomorrow. Thank you.
Okay, I'm Angel Hefner. I live at 1028 Hill Street. I don't come with a big prepared message, honestly. I plan on making lots of, research and all that, but we all find our own stuff. I wanted to tell you about what I see, because I'm not only a mom of a suburban student, I'm a nurse, and I work bedside, and I've been in COVID since the first day. And it's back. It's coming up. The numbers are up. It's crazy. Letting optional masks be in high school right now is crazy. I have a student, he stayed home last year. He's a high schooler. He's repeating his grade because TOPS failed him. I was so excited that he was going to be back in the building because he needs that. The same week we started school, I stopped by my friends on the floor where we had the COVID floor. It wasn't currently the COVID floor. We only had about 4 cases over there the last time I'd been there, and then it was 10. And by Sunday, I was working on that floor, and it was full again. The next week when I was working in tele, I looked up the ICU because I was trying to find one of my patients that I was monitoring remotely. That ICU is full of people, and it's full of COVID people, and it's full of young COVID people. This time, they are ages 32 to 55 when I looked the other day. They're not somebody's grandma. They're somebody's parent, sibling. They're sick. I've never had this many sick people like this. Ones who are on high flow oxygen, we're 12 liters. When they max that out, they end up with intubation or BiPAP. They are so sick, they're in their 30s, they can't walk to the bathroom. They have to use a commode next to the bed because they can't breathe. They don't have enough oxygen. I don't want my kids in that setting. I don't want to scare anybody. I want everybody to go out and have freedoms. Do outside activities as much as possible. That's awesome. We know that works. We know masks work. We know vaccines work. The majority of the patients I see, and I'm not giving you numbers or statistics that I looked up, just people I see, are unvaccinated. There are a few. Most of them have comorbidities. Most of them have
compromised immune systems, the ones who are vaccinated who are in the hospital. Otherwise, they're not there. You might get sick, you might feel bad, but you're not as bad. Same as like the way the flu vaccine works. It works. We need a little longer with masks. We need a little longer with space. I'm so sad that my kid went to school and everything's now back to normal. They filled every seat next to each other, boom, 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 boom. And masks are optional. Not for who's vaccinated, for everybody. We're letting teenagers decide not to wear a mask. They could bring it. The kids are getting sick. We have kids in the pediatric department this time. Like, this one's worse. It's different. It's affecting younger people. We need to protect them. I want him in school. I want him to learn. I want him to be safe. If he said to me, he's vaccinated. He said, I could go to school this year and I would feel comfortable if we were doing what we did last year. If I had space between people, he could still talk to friends across the table, but like just a little extra space. Just a little extra mask, just for a little longer. They suck. I hate them. I wear the ones you can't breathe in all day at work. I'm tired. We've been taking care of COVID patients, and I don't want to take care of, like you guys come in and you say, I don't need it. You can't make me get it. And then I don't want this experimental thing. But when you come see me in the hospital, you want every experimental thing I have to throw at you. I want you to feel better. I want us to be safe. I just want my kid to be safe. I want him to go to school. I want him to be in class. I want him to pass. I want him to be safe. It's not an option, it's science. Opinion-based things are, what's your favorite color? What shoes do you like? What brand this? This is science. You can skew it any way you want, but what works, it works. I've been in COVID since day one. I haven't had it. I've been super careful about space and masks. Vaccines work. If they want me to have a booster every month because they decide that's the best way, I will be there because I don't want to bring it to my family. I'm tired of, watching somebody's grandma take their last breaths over and over and over, except this time they're younger, so it's not grandma's. I have seen more people die in this past year taking care of COVID patients than in my whole 9 years as a nurse. I'm tired. Keep our kids safe a little longer. I know it sucks. Maybe take the ones who need special attention, who are traumatized by things, give them a little attention. If we know who they are, give them some extra support. Do what we need to do. But as a community, we keep each other safe. All our kids wear shoes to school. We used to be able to go to the convenience store with no shoes. We used to be able to smoke at the supermarket. We all wear seatbelts. You didn't used to do that either. They're community things. It's a piece of fabric. It's convenient. It's fine. It's a community thing. It's polite. So that's all I got. But, it's important. I would like to see masks all the time for all the high school right now until this gets better. Numbers more than tripled from the ones I see in the hospital in a week.
Good evening. Brian Platt, 531 Phillips Drive, Magnolia, Delaware, only because people know what I do and know where I am, so I can't be accused of anything. These are my own opinions as a child of a 7th grader and a 4th grader, do not reflect the Department of Defense, Department of the Navy, Armed Forces Medical Examiner System, or the Defense Health Agency. So starting either this evening or tomorrow evening, if you go to the PubMed reference for the National Institutes of Health, you will find that COVID-19 will have more references in publications out there in that database in the last 18 months than the entire repertoire, the entire in catalog covering Staph aureus back to 1881. Why do I bring up that ridiculous factoid? Because when you talk about a lot of the trust the science, listen to science, there's a science out there, there is so much out there. You'll find anything to support your opinion. And with respect to masks, what I would say as far as a lot of this stuff, I was kind of, like I said, I was disappointed with the decision last week. I thought you were striking the right balance as far as, allowing for personal choice, because a lot of the studies you find out there, they come up with associations, it's the post hoc ergo propter hoc logical fallacy. For every community, every state that you can find it's instituted mass mandate cases go down, I can find a country and a state where it went up. So that's my piece on that. What I do want to talk about this evening hasn't been brought up yet is what the Department of Health and Department of Education have put forth over last week regarding partnerships regarding screening testing in schools. And I'm here to talk about that because as a pathologist, that starts to get into my wheelhouse, my area of expertise, and elements where I have been involved in the Department of Defense regarding policy on that. And what I would say to you is when you look at those proposals, asymptomatic screening across the board is a bad idea. We looked at this at the DoD level, decided against it. These tests that are utilized when you have a low prevalence population, which is what an asymptomatic population is, you get to a low positive predictive value. Basically, just we know you're going to get false positives. We know you're going to get false negatives. What the problem is when you have a low prevalence population, which you would do here, you can't trust the positive result. You don't know if it's a false positive or not. So anyway, before I was interrupted. So like I said, you're better off, you can trust the results if you test 100 symptomatic kids versus 100 asymptomatic kids, just statistically as far as how these tests perform. So if you go ahead with that policy, if you go through that and it's pushed, what I will anticipate, and you can anticipate happening, is you will knock out large swaths of kids, quarantine them at a time. You're not going to snuff out outbreaks. You're not going to prevent things from starting. If the goal this year is to not be as disruptive as the schedules were last year, you bring that in there, that's what's going to happen. You're going to be a public health lab rather than running a school. You're going to task your people with follow-up on all these lab tests that, with your nurses or whatever, it's going to gobble up your time. So that's, just what I wanted to speak about this evening.
Hello, my name is Matt Lubecker. My wife and I, we're at 411 Hill Street. My wife and I have put both of our kids through York Suburban Schools, and it has been a real pleasure up until recently. I have a lot to say, so I hope you all can listen fast. As this debate continues, there will always be a fair amount of support for both sides of the issue, and very likely when it is all said and done, we will wind up right back where we started. Some of us will support mask mandates, and some of us will support freedom of choice. Our dilemma is not, after all, a matter of fact, but rather a matter of philosophy. We have two diametrically opposed worldviews represented here. The mask mandate philosophy is summed up by a popular phrase, follow the science. It sounds inarguable, but I would ask you to remember that science is constantly changing, and not only as research brings new information to our present crisis, but every couple hundred years or so, science makes a monumental about-face, like changing from Newtonian physics to Einsteinian physics. And such earth-shattering changes are usually brought about when young upstarts like, say, Albert Einstein have the nerve to question the settled science of geniuses like Sir Isaac Newton. Science has a history of betraying its most ardent disciples. That brings me to the philosophy of individual choice. We who value our freedom do so for a quite sensible reason. We follow history. You see, science tells you what should happen if we have all the variables and our calculations are correct. Two pretty big ifs. But history is a very different kind of guide. It tells us what did happen, whether we figured out the error in our calculations or not. COVID has been with us a while. It has a history now. It's not theoretical. It's not scientific. It's real. It exists apart from the media hype and political agendas that have been attached to it. It can make some people very sick. Sometimes it can even kill people. All by itself. No pneumonia, no pre-existing respiratory problems, or fatal car accidents involved. But compared with other ailments that have a longer history, it's not impressive. If we're going to talk about the number of cases only, the common cold is a much bigger pandemic than COVID, and a Greek alphabet's worth of variants will ever be. We don't need peer-reviewed science to prove that. It's a matter of daily experience, history. Don't believe me? Just ask yourself, how many times have you heard your friends or family say, I have COVID, versus, oh no, I think I have a cold. Please don't tell anyone, they'll think I have COVID. I can tell you I've heard the second line a whole lot more than I've heard the first. What has truly had a deleterious effect on our daily lives are those never-ending lockdowns and mask mandates, the stuff we're doing to ourselves. That's not a matter of science that is decided by experts who are constantly changing their story. That is a matter of history that most of us have lived through. We advocate freedom of choice, not because we are selfish or unfeeling toward the concerns of our neighbors, but because science is, at best, only a guide. It is like a compass that generally points north, but it can be pulled off track by other forces. History is like a map of our own experiences combined with those of generations before us. Perhaps that is why those who downplay freedom don't generally want to be bothered with history. It reminds us that we have been here before. A little yellow star that must be worn in public couldn't possibly hurt anyone, but the government that can make you wear it sure can. And if that sounds a little melodramatic, don't forget, our forefathers brought forth upon this continent a new nation, essentially over a Stamp Act and a boatload of British tea. Symbols are powerful. We've been told that our freedom must be surrendered for the sake of public safety. Frankly, science has yet to prove beyond all shadow of doubt that the benefits of wearing masks outweigh the problems they create. But history has already proven time and time again that a government that can make that decision for us is a threat to all our freedoms. Why should we not follow the science? Because it's being handed to us by people who are on the wrong side of history. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Amber Billett. I'm a York suburban parent and also a doctor in the emergency department here at Wellspan York Hospital, 1 mile down the road. I wrote an email and sent it to the board members last night, but I wanted to share my thoughts with the rest of the board and members tonight, as well as the community that sits in this auditorium to discuss the safety of our children. First and foremost, after working on the front lines in the emergency department for the past 18 months, I can tell you that in York County, COVID-19 is real and is deadly. With this most recent surge, our hospital is back at capacity, our ICUs are full, pediatric beds are full, forcing us to transfer sick children out to other hospitals for care. There was hope that when the vaccination was available, our numbers would decline, but unfortunately, this is not the case due to our low vaccination rates in our own community. This fact in itself continues to put our children who are under 12 years old at jeopardy. This isn't about freedom, it's about the safety of our children in our community. I'm sorry to hear that there have been threats made with litigation to the board for making children wear masks. I can't imagine the opposite. If Suburban doesn't follow all CDC guidelines and one of our children falls ill, has a bad outcome, or worse, dies from COVID, I believe it would be an indefensible case. But worse, I can't imagine anyone here tonight would want to be personally responsible for that. Based on the current Suburban Health and Safety Plan and the current CDC guidelines, there's 4 main categories of proposed changes that I have. Masking. All children kindergarten through 12th grade should wear masks. Thank you to the board members who voted to support the most recent change at the last meeting and at least making masks mandatory for kindergarten through 8th grade. Social distancing. Full social distancing with children spaced 3 feet apart and facing in the same direction should apply in all classrooms. You should try to minimize the amount children are moving from classroom to classroom to change for subjects or to change on a daily basis for their specials. Screening testing, based on level of community transmission, which is accessible to anybody here online. York is unfortunately now in high transmission, so students who are not vaccinated should be offered screening testing weekly. High-risk sports should be canceled. And last, vaccination. Since Suburban mandates many other vaccines to protect our children from deadly illnesses, the COVID vaccination should be no different. All of our children who are attending Suburban currently have a full updated immunization record. It should be absolutely mandatory. I feel that if these safety measures are not enacted, then it will virtually be impossible to continue to have in-person school. Between the number of infected children and those in quarantine, it won't be feasible. And I think it's safe to say that everybody here, regardless of which room you're sitting on, of which side of the room you're sitting on, no parent wants to go back to virtual learning, which we had to do last year. Virtual learning would socially isolate our children much more than wearing a mask. I know the parents of the 400 and counting children who unfortunately have died due to COVID in the United States never thought that their child would be the one who died. I know that no one here wants to be part of that statistic, nor do I. This is not about freedom or politics. Our school district is a public school district, and it is the duty of the board to ensure a safe environment for all children. And I hope that their health and safety plan continues to do so. Any individual who does not agree With the policies our board sets out, certainly should homeschool or seek private schools that better fit their own personal preferences. That's your right, and that is your freedom, and it wouldn't sacrifice the safety of others. Thank you.
Close. Right up here, buddy. My assistant's trying to hand out stuff. Can you give it to the people at the board? Thanks, buddy. I only made 9. I didn't realize there was more people up here. All right, so my name's Dr. Adam Harcourt, and I'm at 810 Upland Road. And so once you guys get those, we'll get going here. My background, I have 2 practices currently. They're out in Beverly Hills and Santa Barbara, California, even though we live here. I have postdoctorates in functional neurology and a fellowship in vestibular rehabilitation, published author, and I've spoken at many international symposiums in neuroscience, including the National Neurological Disorders Symposium in Los Angeles, the International Clinical Neuroscience Symposium on my work with multiple sclerosis, concussion, post-concussion syndrome, migraine, and dizziness and dysautonomia. I say this because it does not make me an expert in communicable diseases or immunology. What it does show, hopefully, is my expertise and the ability to read, interpret, and analyze peer-reviewed data from other experts in those fields. What I wanted to point out is a couple main points that I've really had trouble getting a response from anyone else. And for me, I just look at the research. I've been looking at this since March of last year, and I've been overall, thank you, buddy, I've been overall really excited about how kids are doing. And based on the new data, I think we should all be really excited about how kids are doing. So there's a couple of things that I think we need to point out. And another thing we need to realize is that there's tons of data, but there's also quality levels of data. So for example, we're going to talk masking a little bit, which I think is kind of irrelevant given the first point. But the masking that has been already talked about with the million people, the reason I didn't include that in my analysis is it has no control group. It just looked at a bunch of people and said they did better, and it's good data, but there's no control group. And so you want to look at something that you can actually compare against. So that's what we're looking at. So the first thing is, based on CDC data as of today, there's no additional risk from communicable diseases in children below 18. And I know that sounds crazy to some people because we're all arguing up here about it, but if you look at the back of the packets, I printed this out. It's the 4th page from the back. If you go on the CDC, you can see as of right now, 361 children have died in the US since COVID, which is awful. Nobody wants that to happen any year, right? This is all terrible. If you look 2 rows over though, during the exact same time period, during lockdowns, during masking, during social distancing, there was over 865 children that died of pneumonia. So why are we talking about COVID today? If we're concerned about the children and we're concerned about communicable diseases, why is pneumonia not the top of the list? And if you look at the CDC guidelines and stats of flu, the last estimate from the 2018-2019 guidelines showed that 477 kids died from the flu. Where were the calls for the masks when in 1 year, 477 children died, whereas in 18, 19, almost 20 months, we've had 361. From that alone, my main concern is what is the rate limiting principle and what are the guidelines that we're setting as a board and as a community that allows our risk reward assessment to require masks. Because if it's childhood death, if it's hospitalizations, they've been much higher in past communicable diseases, right? So that's my main first point. I have a lot more in here. That's why I put them in the packet. But that's the one I really want us to focus on is if we're going to institute this, okay, and if you see data that indicates that we should, you're the board, that's your decision. My only concern as a parent and as a clinician is at what level do then we allow kids to go back? Because say we get completely rid of COVID, pneumonia is way worse. We're killing twice as many kids. So then we need to keep the mask on if we're going to stay consistent, right? The second is talking about ability of adults to get infected. At this point, every adult's been able to get the vaccine. I know there are concerns about the Delta variant last time. And to be fair to everyone, the research that came out about Delta, that's all good news, came out on August 9th, right? So your last board meeting. And what it showed is that there's still an 88% reduction in transmission for the Pfizer and a 67% reduction in transmission for the Moderna, which is kind of concerning. The great news is the next line.
30 seconds.
The next line says There's been so few serious illnesses or deaths for people that are vaccinated that they couldn't even calculate what the percentages were. That's great news. It means that the vaccines are working if you want to get it and you think you need it. The best available evidence going to masking basically shows from the only RCT that's ever been done on cloth masks, show that not only could they be detrimental, they could also foster bacteria unless they were changed every about 6 hours or so. So I just consider those couple things. All right, thank you.
I'm not quite as tall, so I hope you guys can hear me. My name is V. Myers of 3111 East Market Street. I am a YS alumnus, attended University of Pittsburgh for biology, and now attend York College for horticulture. The facts are telling us that masks are effective at reducing the spread of COVID-19. A report by Duke University, which looked at 100 school districts and 14 charter schools, found that masks were highly effective in reducing transmission. Let's also look at states like Arkansas, which barred schools and government agencies from issuing mask mandates. According to the CDC, Arkansas now has the 5th highest rate of COVID-19 cases. Now, I know that much of the anti-mask argument isn't based on data, but rather personal opinions on individual freedoms. I definitely agree that we're entitled to make certain choices for ourselves and your children. For example, your student has the choice to wear a shirt that represents their favorite sports team. That is a personal decision that won't affect those around them. However, your student does not have the decision to go to school shirtless. Yes, it was a personal decision. Yes, it might be more comfortable for the student. However, I think that we can all acknowledge that this would cause significant distraction. COVID created enormous barriers to education, and I can't think of anything more distracting than having to take online classes due to high case numbers. I can't think of anything more distracting than your child or your child's friend having to quarantine or go to the hospital. So yes, personal freedoms are undoubtedly important, but so is community. When unchecked freedoms impede on the health and safety of those around you, yes, rules are put into place to lighten community impact. The fact that I must come to my high school and explain the concept of community to certain parents is ridiculous. My parents and my teachers taught me to be loving, compassionate, and giving. I understand that COVID-19 isn't just about me, it's about everyone I encounter. When you're telling and showing your children that their personal choices matter than everyone else's health, safety, and happiness, I want you to consider what you're teaching that young mind. I'm sorry, but a piece of cloth or a medical mask would never make me so scared that I would abandon my community. Thank you for letting me speak, and for the community you represent, maintain this decision. Thank you.
Okay, I'm a little taller. Okay, hi, my name is John Paulos. I live at 723 Southern Road, just down the street. Or to put it in perspective, as I was regularly informed by my son when he was in high school, I live exactly 8 minutes at a brisk walk from his bed to his homeroom. So, thanks for letting me speak. There are people who insist on their right not to wear a mask, and I won't disagree. People also drink themselves into an alcoholic stupor, and that's their right. But we don't allow drunks to drive cars because they endanger others. And it is the right of the rest of us not to be endangered by drunk drivers. For that reason, those of us who get vaccinated and wear masks have a right not to be endangered by the reckless actions of people who refuse to wear masks and get vaccinated. So when you hear people talk about their rights, remember all the rights. As the school board, as the elected school board, and speaking to you as, to use a business term, one of your stakeholders, I want you to focus on your mission. Your mission is to provide a safe and effective learning environment for the students put in your charge. That's what we elect you to do. I have faith that you do it. If I didn't, well, I'd vote to vote you out and I'd run myself. So when you consider COVID safety policy, I urge you to focus on that mission and set a strong safety policy in place. Strong enough that you minimize the risk to students and staff. Strong enough that you don't expose the school district and yourselves to costly legal liability. I advocate that you adopt a policy as follows. Implement an optional remote learning program for all students so their parents can choose between in-person and remote learning. Require all students that wish to participate in in-person learning and in-person extracurricular activities like sports be fully vaccinated. No exceptions. COVID doesn't distinguish between different people with different beliefs. We cannot afford to do so. As the FDA expands vaccination to younger ages, allow a phase-in period. If a student is too young to be vaccinated, then they can attend in-person learning, and all people in that building must be masked. No exceptions. Require all staff be vaccinated. No exceptions. Parents who feel that this is their right not to wear a mask or get vaccinated can have their child educated remotely without infringing on their rights. Parents who don't want their child endangered by the reckless actions of others can be assured that the school district is taking all reasonable measures to protect their children. The district's legal counsel can sleep easily at night knowing that the school district is not exposed to significant liability risk. I can sleep easily at night knowing that my taxes are not going to go up to pay a large insurance settlement. You can sleep easily at night knowing that you are fulfilling your mission as a school board member at York Suburban. Now, that's what I wrote up. Since I have a minute left, I will also add that I was sitting there doing what I'm not supposed to be doing, which is scrolling through my phone. I noticed that the Culver City, California School District has implemented pretty much exactly what I just advocated for. This is a 7,000 student school district in the LA area. They are requiring everybody in the building to be vaccinated and to wear a mask. So when you listen to me, you think, wow, this guy's really out there. Am I? So thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Greg Goulardi. I live at 1530 Clover Lane. My daughter's a second grader at Valley View. I didn't write anything down, but I just wanted to come in to thank the school board members for last time of coming to an agreement, I think, instead of just masking the entire district, of masking the ones who do not have a choice to be vaccinated, who don't get that luxury that we get right now. So I just want to thank you guys once again. And also, I just wanted to say that, I've heard a few comments about Nazi Germany. This is what they did to the Jews and the Afghan girls and boys and everything like that. To compare wearing a mask to what those people go through is absolutely ridiculous. Thank you very much.
Hi, I am Zori Bear, and I am a sixth grader at the middle school. I was very excited to start the new school year because I was proud to be elected to student council. I couldn't wait to see my friends. I found out at the last minute that we had to wear masks, and I wasn't excited anymore. Starting last year, ever since I had to wear masks at school all day, I've been getting headaches, and that leads me to not being able to concentrate. I am worried this will affect my grades. I also have glasses and they fog up all the time. When you go to lunch, you can take off your mask to eat, but we are only 6 inches apart, not 6 feet. Lunch is 30 minutes, and I don't think COVID stops for 30 minutes just for us. I am so happy to see my friends' faces and see them laughing and talking, but I also see them spitting food from their mouths onto the table. I was scared to tell you that because I don't want you to take our lunch away, and the only time I get to see my friends' faces. My brother, who is in high school, is always on distinguished honor roll. He has sensory and anxiety issues that he has had since he was little, and it is really bad when he wears a mask. Last year, he had to go into school to take his PSATs and wear a mask. He was unable to finish his test and came home very upset, leading him to fail his PSATs. My brother is very smart, and this was not fair to him. In the high school, the masks are optional. In the middle school, not. So does COVID stop when you come home and see each other? I am also afraid to say that because you might make the high school wear masks and then my brother will go to charter school. I support the people who want to wear a mask to protect themselves, but making everyone wear a mask is causing some students to fail and feel unsafe. I know you don't want that, so please make the mask be our parents' choice. I trust my parents, and they know what is best for me and my brother, and I would like you to respect that too. Thank you for listening to me. I appreciate your time.
My name is Courtney Hendrickson. I'm at 1585 Wyndham Drive. I have 4 daughters, 26, 10, 8, and 3, 2 granddaughters in the district, and I homeschooled my girls last school year, and I'm doing that again due to all of this. My 10 and 8-year-old girls hope to someday return, and they want to keep playing basketball as a YS Trojan. I'm also here tonight because there are people who cannot do what I'm doing at home, and my heart is hurting for them too. My privilege and responsibility as a mom is to courageously protect my children. I will also boldly protect parental rights and the most basic human rights. I understand it may be tense tonight, but we all have a fierce love for our children. I pray that we let that be our light tonight. Now for the not so warm and fuzzy part. I, like many others, are questioning your stance that the district lawfully can adopt mandating masking. If you deem it reasonable to force other people's children to cover their faces or quarantine when not sick, then why isn't it equally reasonable to remove or mandate no masks at all? So, since after all, wouldn't that be reasonable for a virus with a survivability rate of 99%? If not, then why claim that it's reasonable on the reverse side? Both are abusive, and in both cases, it would be forcing something on or off of someone against their will or the parent's will. If there isn't a statewide emergency, then why the perceived or fictitious one here at York Suburban? However, optional masking does allow for families to assess their risks, and if they fear an emergency, they can, under that plan, mask themselves and their kids as they see fit. We truly respect that. This keeps it simple. My next question, and I respectfully ask you to please discuss it and provide an answer during your discussion time. Did the district ever use the estimated $2 million or a portion of it of the extra ARP ESSER funding to consult and or hire an expert in occupational, environmental toxicology, or more specifically, a senior industrial hygienist? To train all the administrators, teachers, staff, and students on masks and which ones are effective. So did you do that to ensure the student safety that you clearly told parents per your written communication on August the 16th that you have been lawfully ensuring student safety? Under the Public School Code, Section 5-510, if you did consult or hire the true experts in virus mitigation measures with COVID extra ARP money, did you improve ventilation here? Thank you in advance for clarifying this later tonight. If the answer is no and there isn't a statewide emergency, and many have told you their kids are not safe with these medical devices on their faces, the only thing I see reasonable left to do is end the forced part of masking today. It is clear there are risks on all sides, and since kids do have just little to no risk, there must be options. Where there are risks, there must be choice. Plus, this protects you, the district, and your community. This way, people, mask or not, at their own risk. Lastly, my children belong to me, and I don't take that lightly, and I'm sure none of us really do. No disrespect, but truthfully, my husband and I are not inviting you 9 board members into our family, making personal decisions with you, or even asking you advice on what you think is best for our kids. We know them, and respectfully, you do not, any more than I would know yours. We know them, and thankfully their health and safety is our business, our responsibility, and has been since before they were even born. Parents on both sides of this deep down do want to make choices for their kids. You can hear it in their voices tonight. Optional masking allows them to do just that. Is it really so radical to breathe the God-given air? Is it so radical to remind you that my children belong to me and my husband? The fact that this is seen as radical shows the scary times that we are actually in. If it is radical to stand for choice in what's supposed to be a free country, then that should be a more radical and absurd perspective, I can assure you. I think it's kind and reasonable and honorable to stand for health freedom for all. I will keep showing up and I will keep praying and
30
seeking
seconds.
God's guidance. I will stand for every single parent here tonight, even if I disagree with you, and across our great country. And I'll ask you all to reflect on one last thing. When you stood for the pledge tonight and you said liberty for all, what did you really mean? Only if we do what you do or what you think is right. I will pray for our continued community and each person in this room tonight and at home watching. Thank you.
Dawn Benavenia, 2620 Durham Road. I currently have 3 children who attend York Suburban School District, so I would like to thank the board because my children have an option. I'm saddened that many of these families in the district do not have the same choices that I've been given. I do not believe that the school board should mandate a medical device for any child without parental consent. I hope that you will revisit your health and safety plan and provide a choice for all families, not just mine. There has been a petition online asking you to revisit the safety plan and provide parent choice. There are 511 names.
My name is John Ellis. My wife, Sarah Ellis, couldn't be here. She's out in Oregon caring for her mother, but I stand here representing both of us. I'd also like to note I'm proud to be a York Suburban alumni. This is a great school that stands for critical thinking and freedom of choice. I hate to say it, but it doesn't seem that way standing here today. I don't need to go over semantics about how everybody feels in the room. It's pretty obvious at this point. But I think what does matter is that choice is something we all value and appreciate. Dr. Williams, if it snows about an inch, we could probably still get to school. Sorry, really a bad joke. I'm a dad, you gotta let me be. But I think we could use a little humor in the room perhaps. But in all seriousness, choice is a very important thing. I think we all love and appreciate the fact that we live in a country where we can choose. And that's really what I wrestle with standing here tonight. I'm a big fan of critical thinking. I'm also a big fan of respect. Sometimes it's very difficult to exercise both of them with someone you disagree with. That's just the reality that we face as adults. I graduated from Suburban. I was probably about this high. My daughter, Ayla, is about this high. She's 6. She's going to be turning 7, and I wish she could stand here to speak on her behalf tonight, and not me. I'm just Ayla's father, but I believe she could stand on her own 2 feet even at 6 when it comes to basic things that she feels about her body. There's boundaries, of course. She's 6. She's not a grown woman yet. But I do believe when she comes home from school without my asking her and says, I hate wearing this thing, I can't breathe in it. I remember when we used to be able to go outside and take them off, but now we can't anymore. It kind of sucks to hear as a parent when all I can tell her is, I'm sorry, that's just the way it is. Well, that's not the way it is, because I'm not the same height as my daughter. I'm a little taller. And I do have rights and privileges that I can exercise. The greatest of which is to be able to stand here and speak freely tonight to all of you. And I don't take that lightly, having fought for it myself for 4.5 years in the United States Air Force. So this is not Afghanistan, right? I can stand here and say this, nobody's going to shoot me. And all of our daughters have the ability to learn free of persecution. And that's pretty awesome. And that's more important than whether or not someone has a mask on their face. But I do think it is important that choice is a factor. Yes, I can send my child to homeschool. Guess what taxes I still continue to pay, regardless of if she goes to private school or not. Yes, I can choose charter school. Guess what still fails to change appropriately, right? I'm compelled to pay this tax, whether my child attends this school or not. And you guys don't even get to vote on that part. I realize that. But I hope it provides some context. Okay. So I stand here saying, let's just pay attention to choice on a broad scale. We've heard 30 people say that masks are killing us all. You've heard 30 people say that masks will prevent us all from being killed. Kind of extreme statements, but I think you can agree that the framework stands on both sides of the aisle, if you can look at it that way. And the aisle is pretty evident here tonight. So I just ask that you would agree with yourselves, independently sitting here, to think critically, not about what the CDC says, not about what every parent here says, but about what your own hearts say as public servants. There was a point in your lives when you said, I want to be on the school board. I'm going to run. If I get elected, I'm going to advocate for the best education that children can have at the public school level. So I just ask that you consider that tonight. Weigh all the voices in the room, yes, but most importantly, weigh your own and do it from clear conscience.
Good evening. Jenny Engler, 840 Grantley Court. I have a York Suburban graduate class of 2013 and a 10th grader attending the high school right now. I've been reflecting on everything that I've heard the past few months and I've witnessed and I've seen in writing. And having had the opportunity to have a decade between our first child going through York Suburban and our experience now, I'm tired and I'm sad. I'm tired because I've worked in healthcare through this entire pandemic. I'm sad because we have disregarded really basic truths that I thought were indisputable. You could have never told me in mid-March of 2020, when the world started shifting under all of us, and we all started having to make choices without complete information. That's what living in a pandemic is like. We don't have all the information at our fingertips when we would most like to have it. I'm here tonight to say that masks are not fun for my daughter. Her school year last year was really challenging, but she's empowered to understand the science as best we can understand it behind the virus and how she can personally mitigate her risk and the risk of those around her. She'll wear a mask. She understands how to evaluate the situation she's going into. She was first in line to be vaccinated. She is empowered. She is not afraid. But she is concerned. She's concerned about the people around her. I already received today the first notice on my phone of a quarantine and a positive at the high school. I'm here in support of the measure that was passed last time, and I'm here to ask you to extend that to the high school. Wearing a mask has been said. Please don't do that. Please. I have listened through all of the words tonight without interrupting or sharing my personal views. It's my right to stand here and talk uninterrupted on behalf of my daughter and our entire family. We devote a lot of time and energy to supporting the school district. It is a very small ask to do a very practical thing, which is ask the people in any public meeting. Everyone that comes into my business needs to wear a mask. It's a very basic thing that we can do for one another. And as I think about the array of mitigation strategies that we can use, we've quarantined, we've done all kinds of things. Some of them have been more effective than others. Are you going to do nothing? My daughter sits in the cafeteria 6 inches from somebody else and eats her lunch. Classrooms are back to normal. People are not wearing masks. So what the impression that she is given and that I am given is it's better to do nothing than to do something. Please do something. Thank you for the time and thank you for all that you do and allowing this opportunity. It is appreciated.
Hello, Nicole McCleary, 1540 Dunster Road. I'm here tonight to express support for once again modifying the health and safety plan to include optional masking for all YS staff and students. Most recently, the health and safety plan was modified to mandate masks in our elementary and middle schools and for everyone using school transportation. In response to questions regarding the board's statutory authority to impose such a mandate, the board has claimed broad authority under Section 5-501 of Pennsylvania law. In a nutshell, this section grants nondescript and general power to the board to make reasonable rules in the interest of general safety. While I still question the board's power to impose a mask mandate under both the Pennsylvania Constitution and statute, the question now becomes whether the board's most recent decision regarding masking is both reasonable and in the interest of general safety. I will preface my comment by quoting our superintendent, Dr. Williams. During the August 9th board meeting, Dr. Williams was asked whether the administration used evidence, specifically collective data from our and surrounding districts, when it recommended optional masking for the 21-22 school year. Dr. Williams replied, "We also know we followed recommendations pretty stringently during the pandemic and felt like we did the right things based on the information we had at the time. And what I noticed, the data that I look at is, well, how did we do? Well, we did fine. And so did everyone else around us who didn't necessarily follow all of the recommendations. So we had similar experiences to districts that didn't follow the recommendations in the same way that we did. So that was the basis for the administrative recommendation." I'll put that another way for you. You were wrong. The evidence shows that while we took the most cautious and political approach in all of York County, our data shows that our kids didn't benefit from it. So here we are again. It's like deja vu. The administration seems to have learned its lesson from last time, but this board hasn't. I will concede that you likely thought the actions you took last year were reasonable, but we've learned a lot about the virus since then, and we've learned a lot about the results of last year's approach since then. In hindsight, especially compared to data from other schools in York County, the ones who refused federal and state edicts and didn't hold their kids captive in a detrimental extended hybrid schedule, your actions were not reasonable. The difference is that you had cover from an emergency declaration and state mandate last year. The same is not true this year. Now you must comply with state law and do what is reasonable in the name of general safety. While I'm unaware of YS-specific data, Central's data shows that of the 3,500 students quarantined last year, only 2 of those developed COVID-19, and those cases couldn't be directly linked to the classroom. Since Dr. Williams said our experience was similar to other districts, I have to assume similar figures for YS. But yet here we are behaving as if COVID ran rampant in our classrooms when it didn't, and all the while ignoring the mental health crisis that actually did run rampant in our classrooms. So not only do I question whether your rules are reasonable, but I also question whether they guarantee the general safety of our students. In essence, you are choosing which safety you care about. CDC COVID stats continue to show that children have a 99.997% survival rate. When they catch COVID, it is almost certain that they will recover and be back in the classroom shortly thereafter. But these mental health problems you're perpetuating, they're not quite as easy to get over. Some kids have already been suffering for over a year and a half. These problems could follow them for years and even turn into lifelong battles. Let me be clear, the significant increases we're seeing in depression, anxiety, attempted suicide, and substance overdoses do kill. I don't expect this board to know how every single YS student has handled the past 18 months, whether they're doing well in spite of it or suffering emotionally or academically because of it. That's why it's not reasonable for you to make blanket decisions for all these kids. What is reasonable, what ensures the safety of each child, is letting the parents, the people who know their kids best, call the
30
shots.
seconds.
Please respect parental decision-making. Please re-implement masking choice.
My name is Tom Cummings. I live at 2635 Hartford Road. And just on behalf of everyone, I would just like to say It's scary getting up here. To all the young kids that came up here and spoke, I mean, I commend them. It's tough to get up here and speak in front of a bunch of people. That's a fear that we all have. But when did we start letting fear determine how we are as a country? I mean, we were founded on people that fought the English twice over unjust laws that they put against us. We come from a nation of people that stand up and speak when we see something that isn't right. Now, to all the sycophants out there that say, how would you feel when your child's in a hospital? That would be horrible. I get that. But how would you feel if your child's struck by lightning? It's the same basic probability. That means I'm not going to let my little Evelyn go out and jump in muddy puddles, or I'm not going to let Liam run out and play when it's raining outside. I'm going to be a responsible parent, and I'm going to decide what is right for them. Now, do you know the long-term effects of masking on children? Do you know what could happen 3, 5, 7 years down the road? Are you prepared as a school district to be held liable for any long-term effects that come out from masking our children? If you give the option to the parents, you're no longer held liable. And people that are worried about losing money over needless litigation and lawyer fees, you give the option to the parents, your hands are washed clean of that. Now I have, in my hands, which has been very heavy, 291 signatures of parents and taxpayers of York suburban school districts that do not feel you should mandate masking on children. 291 parents and taxpayers that say it's an option for parents to have. That's not the effect I wanted. That's a lot of papers right there. And I want you all to understand that if things do not change the way that we feel they should be, then come November, we'll start to organize again and see what we need to do to make things change in our favor. So I appreciate the time that you've given me, and I hope that you truly listen to all the parents and taxpayers. Thank you.
My name is Christine Cooper. I live at 3160 Round Hill Road, and I would first like to thank the board for all their hard work. I know that what you're trying to do is to do what's best for our children. I have one graduate of York Suburban, and I have two currently in York Suburban School District. You've done an excellent job at preparing my oldest child for college. He has currently got a 3.99 grade point average in his first year of college because of the education that he received here. He's also a transgender youth, and I have felt that York Suburban was great for his finding out who he was, and it was a school district that prepared him, protected him, and helped him to grow. My other two children are also in York Suburban School District. My middle child was a victim of bullying and sexual harassment a year or two ago. And when that was brought to the teacher's attention, it was taken care of immediately. And I want to thank you for that action as well. I am a historian. I wasn't preparing to speak today, but when I've heard a lot of things that aren't true about history, a lot of comparisons that aren't accurate. We do have one scenario in the United States that we can accurately compare this situation to, and that's the Spanish influenza in 1918, where almost 7,000 Americans died, over 50 million people worldwide, and that's about 1/3 of the population. They knew then what we know now, that masking does help, but just as then, So we're having this argument about what freedoms it takes away and what rights we will be giving up. I don't think people understand what freedom really means in the context of the United States. Freedom doesn't mean that you get to choose to do whatever you want whenever you want. Freedom is limited. And we are limited in how we treat others and the things that we're allowed to do. I think it was said earlier, based on the public good. Our laws only work based on public virtue, that the majority of us want to obey them. That's still why we're dealing with COVID. I've heard people say that when we were in the pandemic, we're still in the pandemic. It hasn't gone away. It's still here. And I know a lot of us want to pretend that it's not because it's easier. But we're still here. It's not done. People are still dying. The numbers are still going up. And I think we'll probably beat the Spanish influenza at this point. Now, so what we're dealing with today is a lot of people who are saying choice, 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 freedom, freedom, freedom. What they're failing to realize is that you can make a choice. You don't get to choose the consequences. We all have decided collectively that it's good to wear seatbelts. We make our kids wear helmets when they skateboard or when they ride bikes because it's for their good. Why can't we have our children wear masks? Helmets are just as uncomfortable, just as unpopular, just as uncool looking. This is the same thing. I want to do what will protect my child, what will protect the child next to them, because it's not just about my kids, it's about everybody's kids. It's about the parents at home, it's about the grandparents at home, it's about the next door neighbors. It's about community, and I really feel like that is a YS value. It's a virtue that we try to instill in our children to care about other people. So I think you've done the right thing. And I'm hoping that this meeting, you've made your decision and you're going to stick with it, because you are here to do the best for our children, to protect them and to educate them. And the only way that they can be educated is if they're coming to school. The only way they can safely come to school is if they're wearing a mask. Thank you.
I'm really short. My name is Amy Menashe. I live at 824 Grandview Road. I'm a YS graduate, which allowed me to go on and get 2 degrees in political science and a paralegal certificate. I am also Jewish, and I find it incredibly offensive that anybody thinks this is a Jewish star that anyone in the Holocaust had to wear. You all are mistaken. It has nothing to do with the Nuremberg codes, nothing to do with the Holocaust. York has systemic bigotry in this area, including anti-Semitism. When you go around spewing this crap that it's anything like a Jewish star or the Nuremberg Code, y'all need an education on the Holocaust. You need to visit the Holocaust Museum. You need to talk to a Holocaust survivor. I hate to tell all of you, Israel is vaccinating. They're vaccinating Holocaust survivors. So please shut up about this being anything like the Holocaust. That being said, I have 2 political science degrees. Our freedoms have never been absolute, ever. Parental rights have never been absolute. The school board decides certain things. You elected them all. Now you gave them the privilege to do this, and you should feel honored that they're trying to make the best decision. It's not going to make everybody happy, but that's their job. Parental rights include if there's a child in the school that has a peanut allergy, would any of you send a peanut snack because it's your right to do so? No, you're going to respect the child. You don't have a right to send your kids to possibly infect other children. And to say that, oh, well, my kid might be struck by lightning. I had a NICU child. She had a trach. She was on a ventilator. She had a feeding tube. She had an IV in her head. If any of you have any idea what it's like to see your child sick, you would all change your mind. Masks are not the end of the world. They help. They're not perfect. They don't stop everything. Neither does the flu shot. but we give the flu shot. It's supposed to limit the amount of sickness and death. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Courtney Shinsky, and I'm at 24 South Rockburn Street. I'm going to go a little off script. Masks are not a law, seatbelts and wearing them are. Parents aren't asking for much. After all, these very freedoms awarded to us under our United States Constitution. And as board members, we're talking about safety. Your safest bet is to remain neutral on this by returning to the original health and safety plan. In doing so, you will be protecting the children by continuing to allow their parents to make the right medical and educational choices for their own children. Making mandatory medical decisions for our children was a mistake. Given the doubt shared by our community that the law in which this board acted under was misinterpreted, now is a good chance to turn a mistake into an opportunity and not create further division among the families in our school. And forfeiting that opportunity will not only hurt your reputation as board members, but it will ruin the reputation of the York Suburban School District. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Maida Higa. I live at 931 Somerset Lane. I'm a scientist. I am a professor at York College. I teach virology, the study of viruses. So I'm going to bring us back to the science for a little bit and start with the statistics. Last time that you met as a board, there were 82.84 per 100,000 infected individuals in York County. That has nearly doubled. Now we are at 156.33 individuals per 100,000. Percent positivity has gone up to 9.55. It was at the last board meeting at 6.4. At the last board meeting, we were in the substantial range, and now we are in high. We are not as high as Florida or Texas or Louisiana. But we could be. Our schools haven't opened up yet, largely, besides a few of us that have. And so we still have to see what's going to happen. Childhood hospitalizations have gone up to 22% nationwide. So the data is telling us that what is currently happening is not working. We do know things that do work. And if I bring it back to the science, I want to give you a little bit about how peer-reviewed science works, because we've thrown that term around, but what does that mean? Peer-reviewed research is something that's been put out there. It's had a chance for people to vet it. So it's been vetted by the scientific public to make comments, to poke holes in arguments, and only those peer-reviewed articles that can subsist through all of this are the ones that make it to publication. So that's why we need to listen to the peer-reviewed evidence. The peer-reviewed evidence on masks, if I threw it on your table or on the ground, would make a substantial thump, because there are thousands of articles, too many to cite today. And as a virologist, let me just give you a little science lesson. The mask you're wearing, no matter what it is, even if it's a surgical mask, is going to catch those larger droplets. It's going to catch the finer droplets, so if you have virus in them, they will get stopped here. So for those of you who say that they don't prevent infection, it's because you can't put one on and be protected from somebody else. Those aerosols are so tiny that they will indeed go through that surgical mask. So what's the option? You have to put a mask on everyone. That should prevent infection. I think that's been the case so far. For the elementary schools, and the middle schools, am I right? What about for the high school where it's optional? Are we case-free there? So, I think you have something to think about. I brought a lot of other evidence today, and I'm happy to talk to you about it. But I think the main thing is this. There's a simple answer to protecting everybody's health, and that is universal masks. The other answer, which would be even better, and I would love, is if we got everybody who could be vaccinated. But I think that's a largely uphill battle today. So I will end there, give up my time from last week, and am happy to take questions or talk to anybody after this meeting. Thank you.
Bet you wish they had given you softer chairs. My name is Sean Cooper. I have no political affiliation. I am a board certified pediatrician. I work at the Penn State Children's Hospital in Hershey. I work in the division of complex care, which means that I take care of the most fragile and medically complex children. Somebody mentioned earlier having a premature baby who had a trach and event. I take care of kids who live in their home every day with a trach and event breathing for them. That is their daily life for years and years, often for their entire lives. Some of them still go to school. I'm a big fan of education, or I wouldn't have pursued 12 more years of it after I graduated high school. The mask question to me occasionally makes me laugh because I think this has just always been part of my life because it's part of my job, and I've never really given it a second thought. I interact very closely with children who are sick with all sorts of viruses and more, and I have for years, for more than a decade. I've always worn personal protective equipment when I'm around those kids because I don't want to get sick. I've also always worn personal protective equipment if I happen to be working when I have a cold. I wear a mask because I just don't want them to get that cold from me. They don't need that. I am a big believer in community. I'm a big believer in liberty and choice as well. I'm wearing a mask today because I choose to. I choose to do that. I know I'm around illnesses and there's a chance I could share it with somebody else, so I'm careful not to do that if I can prevent it. We're all sensitive about our children, and that's good. That's why they thrive, and that's why they succeed. When we looked at COVID, and this is really the only point that I wish to make tonight, when COVID was around for the first year or so, I was amazed how many of my medically complex kids, these are the kids who most often make up an ICU patient, or the kids in the hospital a lot, or the kids miss school a lot because they're just sick all the time. And how often COVID ran through their house and they didn't get sick. I was just surprised. I was surprised how many times I would be in the ICU during the course of the week, and how many of those kids in the pediatric ICU were not there with COVID. It was amazing. But the past few weeks have been different. And if that's a 99.9% survival rate, if I go by only what I've seen myself in the past few weeks, I think the statistics might change. And I don't really care what they are, because if one of those is mine, and one of them after a long time in the ICU over the past few weeks finally got well enough to go home, I'll wear a mask. I don't see why it's hard to choose to do that. And I don't think it's unreasonable to require it of children. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Molly Preston. I currently reside at 64 Manchester Street in Glen Rock, but when I attended this school district, I lived at 750 Hillcrest Road. I'm here to comment on the mental health and emotional side of the pandemic. I think what a lot of people are failing to realize is that the masks are not what is causing people to struggle with mental health during this time. I was a senior in 2020. During that time, I got the most depressed I've ever been in my entire life. And I heard a very heartwarming story earlier about how this school district was very supportive of other students who had mental health struggles and struggles with bullying and such, but I cannot say the same for when I was here. I was left to suffer basically, probably because everybody was completely unprepared for that moment in time. I ended up having to drop out in my last month of high school and pursue a GED instead because I was just so sick in my head. I came here on a whim to support my friend V, but hearing all of this stuff about how the mask is causing this and that and another thing was really disheartening to me because I have personally struggled with a lot of mental health problems. And the mask is not the problem. It's just the state of the world. And it's not going to get better until people start doing the absolute bare minimum and protect one another. So I really do ask that for the, not the first time, but the first time that I've experienced, if you guys just make a clear and rational decision and support your students' mental health as well as asking them to wear a mask, because that's the best thing that you could possibly do for any child that goes through this school system. Unfortunately, I did not have a good experience here, but that doesn't mean that you can't change that for other students. Thank you.
My name is Dr. Heather Salvaggio. I live at 1540 Wyndham Drive. I am a pediatric dermatologist and mother of 2 York Suburban students. Unfortunately, since the last meeting 2 weeks ago, the situation with COVID has worsened. Delta continues to surge across the country, including here at home. Again, I think it's fair to say that everyone in this room wants their kids in school. In states that have banned mask mandates like Florida, Tennessee, Texas, and South Carolina, there are widespread quarantines. In Alabama, Georgia, Kentucky, Louisiana, and Mississippi, states with vaccination rates below the national average, similar to York County, there are widespread quarantines. Tens of thousands of children are in quarantine, 20,000 in Mississippi alone, making up 4.5% of the entire public school population there. Please do not let that happen here. As you can see, kids can and are spreading COVID. And a study published in JAMA Pediatrics last week showed younger children were more likely to transmit COVID than older children within their households. The pediatric hospitalization rate in the United States is up from 1% to 2%, and there have been more children and also more adults under 50 hospitalized with COVID during the last week than at any time during this pandemic. Dr. David Fisman at the University of Toronto reported preliminary results last week from a study of 27,000 children aged 0 through 9. It showed that children are 2.75 times more likely to be hospitalized from this Delta variant than the original COVID strain. So that's about 1 in 30 kids. Pediatric and adult ICUs are filling up. People are sick and dying. I will state again tonight, 114,000 children have lost a primary caregiver from COVID. That affects kids. COVID affects kids, their loved ones, and adults in their communities. Please don't let that happen here. In our own community, COVID continues to surge. In 1 month, we saw an increase in COVID numbers of new cases, positivity rate, and hospitalization numbers that it took from March until November to reach last year. And deaths will usually lag a few weeks behind. The curve is steepening, and this is a crisis. A group of epidemiologists from the UNC Chapel Hill, North Carolina State University, East Carolina University, and Georgia Tech modeled COVID spread in schools with and without masking and testing. The model is currently under peer review. The model assumed masks would reduce infectivity by 50% and R naught of 4 and 50% of students being tested. The model showed that without masks and testing, 90% of susceptible students would be infected by the end of the semester if only 30% had incoming protection. The researchers determined, however, that with masking in combination with testing, new infections could be reduced by 70%. Our elementary student population has no vaccination protection. We do not know how many kids in our middle and high schools have protection. And this model assumed a conservative R naught of 4. The R naught of Delta is between 5 and 8.5. What is R naught? It is the number of people that one person with an infectious disease are expected to infect. The R naught of the original COVID strain was 3. This is between 5 and 8.5. Last week, the Wolf administration made available to schools free testing if they choose it, and York Suburban should. The CDC continues to recommend universal masking in K through 12, and so should York Suburban. A well-known infectious disease specialist and researcher, Dr. Gregory Poland, gave grand rounds at the Mayo Clinic on Friday. His concern was low vaccination rates and the emergence of new variants. He said that we are in the most dangerous time during this pandemic. If we allow this disease to continue to spread, there will be new variants that evade the vaccine, and then we will be back at square one. Our biggest obstacle, he said, was behavior, putting I before we. I will conclude with what I did not get a chance to say last time. Please give our families a choice of safe in-person learning and keep them in school. We should not have to choose between our child's health and a quality education, or worse, not have the choice of either in quarantine. I empathize with COVID fatigue. We're tired of this. No one wants to wear a mask. It's uncomfortable, inconvenient, unpopular, and has unfortunately been politicized. But they work. And if simply wearing a mask is what we need to do to keep our kids in school, keep each other safe, and prevent great tragedy, we should do it. We have been and still are all in this together. Thank you.
The name is Ken Barry, I live at 513 Winwood Road. It is my understanding that based on the negative impact of your masking requirement on our elementary school students, lawsuits may be filed. This action will require the board to defend itself to confirm with evidence that the benefits to be derived from your decision to mask children outweighs the psychological, physical, and developmental risk created by your choice. As it stands, your policy permits those who insist that masking makes their children safer the right to exercise that choice, but parents who have the real fears about the harms I listed are not allowed to protect their children in the way they see fit. This is not only unacceptable and unreasonable, it will likely not stand in court, especially if you cannot provide clear scientific evidence to support your position. The C2C position is one of recommendation. The governor of Pennsylvania obviously is not convinced that masking should be required, as his position is to simply toss that decision to you. You might recall his recent statement to Penn Live when he said he has no plans for a statewide mask mandate in Pennsylvania. He goes on to say, I think the school districts in Pennsylvania have to decide what they want to do. It would seem that rather than spending tax dollars in court defending what you want to do, the board might be better served permitting all parents to exercise their right to ensure their own children's safety by making masking optional. Thank you.
Sean Landis, 207 Haynes Road. I didn't plan on speaking until the individual that was sitting here kind of pissed me off. He's making an assumption that my 5-year-old is having trouble with his speech because I'm on my cell phone and we're not being good parents. We read to him every night. We have him in extracurricular things to get him well-rounded. My 5-year-old needs an education. And I say this respectfully, I don't care what your medical opinions are. I care what you do as educators. And I think you guys need to get back to worrying about how we educate the kids, not how we're going to protect them with masks. So short and sweet, it should be the parent's decision. My kid needs school. Maybe someone needs a mask, that's great. But let me be in charge of my own son. I don't want to wrap him in a bubble and have him terrified. So you guys educate, we'll protect them medically. Thank you.
And that concludes public comment. Thank you very much. Before we move on, Attorney Say, could you speak to the school district's right to develop policy to ensure safety and well-being of students?
Yes, as was cited too by some of the speakers tonight, the board does have the authority and the right to implement masking rules and authorize the administration to enforce those rules. It's been mentioned that Section 510 of the Public School Code is the authority for that, and I certainly agree with that proposition. In fact, that provision of the school code outlines that the board can make reasonable rules relative to health and safety, relative to the students and employees that are under their supervision and employment. So that is just one of the bases that permit the board to adopt reasonable rules and regulations like it does in policy and like it did with its health and safety plan.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to take a 10-minute break and then go into the main part of the meeting. Thank you. the meeting back in order. You have before you a link to the minutes of the Planning Committee meeting of August 9th, 2021. Are there any changes or corrections? Otherwise, we can approve them as submitted. Mr. Sears, Treasurer's Report.
Thank you, Mr. Posnow. Just a little update on interest, which is pretty minimal until we start to get school tax into the account. 1958 was the interest income for July. We have a consent agenda as usual. Would any board member like any of the items considered separately, or are there any questions on any of the items? If not, the chair moves approval of the below mentioned items.
Do we have a second? Second. Thank you. Questions, comments? If this can be a unanimous roll call vote.
This will be considered a unanimous vote call vote unless I hear votes to the contrary. Hearing none, motion passes.
Thank you. For the board president's report, do we have any motions for making changes to the current health and safety plan?
Yes, Mr. President, I do. I have a statement and then a motion, since it is a discussion and possible modification. So I'd like to make my statement first and then motion will follow. At our board meeting on August 9th, 2021, we passed 2 mask mandates. One was for any building where children 11 and under would be present and educated. The other was for anyone riding our school buses. Reasons stated by the members who supported the updated health and safety plan included making sure protections were in place for the kids that did not have an opportunity to get the vaccination and the heightened COVID transmission rates which the county is experiencing. I have no argument with either of these reasons. However, if we were truly concerned with safety and welfare, then logic tells me the updated plan should have incorporated vaccination rates, type of mask to be used, and the proper way to wear a mask. As a school board member, I'm not sure that we are qualified to make those calls without professional guidance. Last year, the state and the governor, with numbers very similar to the current situation, mandated mask wearing for all schools. Today, we do not have the same mandate, leaving the decision in our hands. In fact, we are only one of a few districts in York County to have such a mandate. Clearly, there are big differences of opinion about the need for mask mandates. Our own Dr. Williams said last meeting that when comparing our mitigation efforts to those districts that were strict and those that were not as strict, there was not a marked difference. The state and the governor still have the power to address this situation, but they remain silent. In my view, this should not be an issue which we as a school board should be deciding, much in the same way that required school immunizations are not. We as the elected leaders of this district owe our constituents an obligation to act in a manner that is reasonable and for the benefit of all. Moreover, we also owe our constituents a duty to protect the legal interests of our district. Our health and safety plan in force prior to the August 9th meeting was consistent and reasonable across the board because it gave parents, students, teachers, and staff the ability to make a choice as to the wearing of a mask. It also said we would follow any mask mandate imposed by the state. While this did not make everyone happy, it was at least reasonable, consistent, and defensible. On August 9th, if we had pushed for a mask mandate for all buildings until vaccine availability was open to all, I would have understood the reason and may have been supportive of that measure because it would have been reasonable, consistent, and defensible. However, what we have done with the updated plan is tell our students, teachers, and staff at the middle and elementary schools that they are more important from a health and safety standpoint than those that are other buildings. Moreover, according to a draft complaint that accompanied a threat of litigation from a law firm engaged by parents in our district, our legal authority to impose a mask mandate has been called into question. I've also taken time to review the recent article in the New York Dispatch and a video showing students at Valley View last week. 2 out of the 3 pictures in the New York Dispatch article showed kids with masks below their noses. And the video of Valley View's opening day showed numerous instances of improper mask wearing and little to no social distancing in the lunchroom. If we are truly going to enforce the mask mandate and social distancing guidelines, these examples at a minimum demonstrate that is a difficult, if not impossible, task. Lastly, the lack of guidance and inaction from the state and the governor, along with the inconsistent mask wearing by the very members of this board who supported that mandate, has done nothing more than thrust politics into an area where politics should not be. If anything, it has driven a bigger wedge between those that are for optional masks and those that are for the mandate. In considering what we have heard tonight, along with multiple threats of litigation, I do not believe that our revised health and safety plan is appropriate policy for us to implement and enforce. Moreover, I believe our current health and safety plan and the associated deliberation leading up to its passage has opened up our district to more political theater, increased the odds of litigation, and distracted us from the goal of educating our children. Incentives such as reduced quarantine time for those that wear properly fitted masks and or those that are vaccinated, as outlined in our recently released COVID-19 health and safety information for YSSD families, should be enough of an incentive. For these reasons, I am making a motion tonight that our health and safety plan be amended to go back to the pre-August 9th version where masking is optional unless the state institutes a mask mandate. Thank you.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. I would open it for comments or discussion.
Who's up, John?
You're up if you want.
All right, I have a statement too, and this will support James' motion and offer an alternative in case that's not adopted. In my 8 years on the school board, I've never seen anything like the masking controversy before us today. And I think you'd all agree with that. I hope I'm speaking for the board, though, when I say that our overarching goal should be to maximize the number of in-person student days, taking into account the health and safety of our students, faculty, support staff, and administration. For months, we've struggled to achieve the impossible, creating health and safety policies that satisfy everyone after the battle lines have been drawn and trust is in short supply. Given that, what should we use to inform our decisions? Here are just some of my observations. We have plenty of data, but we lack the relevant data framed to address a student demographic. Gross cases, hospitalizations, and death counts do little to help. Second, the mixed messages from highly regarded medical and public health officials that cloth masks are not all that effective, that they're good enough for kids, that they're not good enough for kids, the N95s are the gold standard of masks, but that parents shouldn't bother teaching their kids to wear them, only added to our confusion as we face the new school year. Third, there are bona fide experts on both sides of the masking debate, and most agree that the effectiveness of any mask depends on correctly and consistently wearing a well-fitting mask. More on this later. The Pennsylvania Departments of Health and Education have issued mandates under the state of emergency, which was a year ago. They had the weight of law, and they left little room for interpretation by school districts. School administrators and directors were not asked to interpret guidelines or pretend that we were public health experts. The guidelines and recommendations published since the end of the emergency do just the opposite, forcing administrators and directors to make decisions that we're grossly unqualified to make. Policies relating to masking, quarantining, and closing schools are now local decisions, allowing school districts only a few miles apart to enact completely contradictory policies. We don't live in COVID bubbles, but many of these policies would make you think we do. There's a serious and many believe credible challenge to our legal authority to mandate the use of masks, or any medical device for that matter. In the past 18 months, we've learned that school-aged children are at extremely low risk for COVID-19. In Pennsylvania, as of August 20th, there were a total of 28,059 COVID deaths in the state. There were no deaths recorded for children under age 15, and only 16 in the 15 to 19 age band, half of whom showed comorbidities. Fully 86% of all COVID deaths in the state were attributed to people over age 65, yet state policy and practice during the early years of the pandemic flipped this reality, closing schools and practically ignoring the plight of senior citizens in nursing homes. This is what we face. Our recent policy change also inverts the risk assessment. We're masking the least vulnerable population and allowing choice for a more vulnerable group of students based on the notion that the availability of vaccine is the same as vaccine uptake. The combination of higher risk among our older students and a more contagious strain of COVID would argue for universal but proper masking throughout the school district if we really believe that masking is effective. There are two principles worth articulating. One, in emergency circumstances, governments can institute untested interventions in the face of novel threats. But two, if these interventions continue or repeat year after year, at some point, it's incumbent on the entity asserting the intervention to prove that the benefits outweigh the harms. I've seen and read enough of the evidence to believe that masking done the way most of us do it is ineffective. Even the CDC criticizes cloth surgical masks and recommends N95 or KN95s to protect the wearer. The biggest problems they cite are improper fit, which includes the exposed nose, constant touching, and infrequent changing. Some masks are worn for days on end, never properly cleaned, and because they don't fit tightly, they need to be pulled back into place dozens of times a day. As we've been told over and over again, handling is the cardinal sin of masking, since it transfers the virus from the mask to our fingers and from there to anything we touch. Enforcement is the other stumbling block in a school setting. If you watch the video recorded on the first day of school at Valley View, given the number of violations among the students and teachers, I'm not so sure it was the best way to demonstrate compliance, especially knowing that the video cameras were running and that this is the second year for mandatory masking in our elementary schools. Not much of a message. If any of these students or teachers test positive for COVID, the CDC quote-unquote close contact exception would not apply. And presumably the entire class, or depending on how many kids were in the cafeteria, the entire school would have to be quarantined. The CDC close contact exception, by the way, it goes like this. Masks must be worn correctly and consistently to avoid close contact in the K-12 classroom setting. Taking COVID and non-COVID risk factors as well as current masking practices into account, I can't support mandatory masking unless it's done properly. To me, that means N95 or equivalent masks, instruction in their proper use, new masks every day, and compliance audits. If we do mandate masks, I will propose an amendment to require the proper use of N95 or KN95 masks provided by YSSD for all K-12 students. Absent that, I will support the motion to reinstate optional masking throughout the district unless the state issues legally binding orders to the contrary through the Pennsylvania Department of Health or the Pennsylvania Department of Education.
Other comments? Do you have? No?
Sure.
Oh, okay.
When we voted in July, we were at moderate community transmission with some indicators at low and a test positivity of under 1.5%. When we voted 2 weeks ago, we were headed to high transmission. And in fact, we reached high at the end of the week. We voted with over 100 cases per 100,000 per week in the county. We are now 56% over the high threshold at 156 cases per 100,000 per week in the county, and our test positivity is over 9.5%. The national trend line for pediatric hospitalizations with lab-confirmed COVID has been nearly vertical since we initially voted for optional masking. It is 4 times what it was the second week of July. It went from a relatively low level to being a third over the previous national peak for child hospitalization in the span of 6 weeks. And while our federal region initially appeared to be doing better than the rest of the country on that measure of pediatric hospitalizations, it now appears we were just a few weeks behind everyone else. And from a sheer percentage standpoint, Region 3 has grown a little faster than the country, increasing 5-fold over that 6-week period. That's pediatric hospitalizations. I'm going to continue to base my outlook on this data for the county wherever possible, and I haven't seen anything in either local or national trends to get me to change my mind that we need to be masking around the age group that we know can't be vaccinated yet. I know some parents think we have gone too far, and I have heard from others today, in fact, who think we haven't gone far enough. If Delta blows through here like one of our late afternoon thunderstorms and then goes away, if we get back to a mix of low, moderate community transmission measures, I am happy to vote for optional masks again for everyone, just like I did in July. Everybody wants to know, look at history, what's the limiting principle? We voted for optional masking a month ago, folks. That's not history, that's July. The limiting principle is the numbers go down. That's all we have to look at. But we are not there tonight. So I'm sure we're going to continue to reconsider this issue. I look forward to the ongoing public debate, hopefully without any more grotesque lack of discernment about comparisons between some of the darkest periods in human history and wearing a mask on your face. And let's move on. And if nobody else has anything to say, can we call the question, please?
Hi, I just wanted to speak on the topic of masking and masking correctly. I do believe that children who are not eligible to be vaccinated, those K through middle school, should be wearing masks at school. And on the topic of them not wearing them correctly, we should obviously have teachers who I'm sure do this already, encourage the correct way to wear a mask, but also let's think about, we do fire drills, okay? We do one every month for the safety of our students, our staff, and our faculty. We tell the students during a fire drill to walk in a straight line and to be silent. Not every student listens to that, and I'm sure minimal students listen to that. We still do it though, because it protects them in the event that there is a fire, on the off chance that there is a fire at our school. And also I've heard many people say that, oh, children aren't getting infected, children aren't dying. Well, the same thing with fire drills. We don't regularly have fires here. We do fire drills to protect our students on the off chance that we do. And one of them would die, get hurt, or one of our staff members would. And so I just want us to think about that and that little comparison, just something to think about. Thank you.
Thank you. I wish to speak to the entire community, including but not only to those attending tonight. This is not the only vote we're going to have. This debate, however permanent it seems, is about a temporary measure. Then there is the next debate, and the next, and the next. I'd like to say something about this longer view. First, it's a privilege to be on the school board, listening carefully to all the views expressed. There are some things to celebrate this week. The year started. We're 5 days a week, a common goal for us all. Teachers and staff continue to show their devotion as educators. We are all deeply embedded to their service. In this happy context, how should we think about this masking debate and the resulting division? I can only speak for myself, but here's what I think. Serious debate passionate defenses for one's beliefs. That's to be embraced. I, like other members of this board, try to show respect by reading and thinking about all the communications and emails, and speaking for myself, even if I don't respond to each one, given their sheer weight, I read them and I value the input. I have one comment on those communications. There is an approach to engaging that goes beyond passionate expression, that includes a level of vitriol and disdain that says, if I don't get what I want, I will lash out, and if that ends up destroying or damaging this community, so be it. I've seen firsthand enough of this attitude that I believe I need to address that directly. Good people in our community, no matter where you stand on the mask issue, please think about engaging in ways that prevent the triumph of this attitude in our district. Its ascendancy will seriously undermine the quality of our district. This is about the kind of community that we want. Additional thoughts. I believe in the procedures and processes of this district, resolving disagreement through orderly debate. Our district should rally and be proud of that. Specifically, first, our school board has a history of members motivated to try to make the best decisions for this community. That's what I've seen. In my experience, it helps public discussion when we can appreciate that good reasons can exist for a view that we disagree with, that no one has a lock on certainty. Board deliberations have modeled that reality, a commitment that I hope can influence the community broadly. Second, I'll say in public what I've expressed in private. I believe that our current superintendent, Dr. Williams, has great abilities to navigate rocky waters in debate and dissent, to reason carefully and keep a steady ship. I believe that he is the right person for this moment in the history of the district. No doubt, we have disagreed on a range of votes, but that is in the context of respect for how he reaches his positions. I'd also like to say his transparency is admirable. One recent case, as has been remarked earlier, is that he invited a reporter to come to York Suburban and track the hallways and write an article on what that reporter saw. Now, that's a case where he's ceding control of the narrative just to let the truth come out. I recommend that everyone read that article. Third, I believe that it's critical to insulate teachers in the face of community conflict so that they can continue to do their job and focus on education, and we keep conflict where it belongs, here at these meetings. Fourth, on the topic at hand, I've stated my position as clearly as I can in previous meetings, which I intend as a sign of my respect toward all the voices in this community. The choice before us, as I see it, is about how to make policy when decisions are not merely private, but impose a risk of harm to others. What is the best way to characterize these risks, and what are the countervailing trade-offs? I think that that's the right question, and on this, we have some disagreement. From where I stand, I see CDC and pediatric recommendations for universal masking and a scientific community that gives me little doubt that universal masking is important to reduce the risk of harm to others. I take those recommendations seriously, as I believe all of us should. We also have older buildings that, with 5 days a week schooling, limits other ways that we're able to protect against the surging Delta variant. I see rising numbers in York, ICU beds nearly full, a Delta variant on the rise, harms to those who need medical care, but resources pushed to the brink for those hospitalized with COVID. Under such local circumstances, I see a responsibility to take measures toward reducing transition rates that can lower hospitalizations. In sum, I believe that the justification for a masking requirement is reinforced with the trends before us now. I believe that we should have K through 12 masking right now, tagged to transmission rates. And in addition, I fully support the current policy. That's where I stand. Finally, and in my mind, this is most important, we are all role models here in this room. How we conduct ourselves here in public, we're teaching lessons to our children. I believe that norms for how we engage each other, careful listening and decision-making, frank discussion, sorting through uncertainties, and following procedures is an inspiring model of civic life that we can be proud of, even as we seriously disagree. I take pride in a school board that is so constituted by that perspective and a community that will respect that. We share reasons, the best reasons we have, and make a deliberative community decision. Thank you all for sharing your views today.
If there are no others, we will call the question.
I have a couple of things I'd like to say. I agree that Pennsylvania Department of Health, the Department of Education, Governor Wolf, somebody ought to step in and require masking. It's wrong to leave it up to 9 well-meaning volunteers who may or may not have good intentions. I mean, I'll leave that up to you. But it's wrong to saddle us with that job. But that is our job. We are saddled with the responsibility of the safety of students and the adults that roam these halls in all our buildings. And I just feel like it takes everybody. It takes all of us. The idea of optional masking means zero masking. Let's be honest here. And the idea that if you feel like you need to be protected, then wear a mask is frankly absurd. I think it was Oliver Wendell Holmes who said, "Your right to swing your arm ends at the end of my nose." And that's a similar concept with wearing a mask. We're breathing the same air. And if you're exhaling the COVID virus and I'm breathing it in, then that's hardly makes sense. I mean, the idea of your rights and your freedoms, because I don't get a vote on what I'm breathing in. Masking is, optional masking is a poor strategy. It's a poor strategy for the health and safety of the public, and it's certainly a poor strategy for a school. Study after study has shown that masking is an effective mitigation strategy. I'll give you that maybe the little ones don't always wear masks appropriately. Yes, we should probably do a better job on teaching them how to do that. But all of the studies show that when you mask and use the other mitigation strategies, ventilation, distancing, hand washing, that those transmission rates go down. I mean, this is information that we have heard ad nauseum, and it's very frustrating to me that facts are not, I don't know, believed. I don't understand how there are alternative facts on some of these things, but maybe that's my own personal shortcoming. But anyway, the vaccination rates here in York County are low when you compare them to the national average. So in my mind, that makes masking and some of the other basic mitigation strategies even more important. So that's why I'm going to support masking. Thank you, Mr. President.
I'd like to speak, Mr. President. Our disagreements tonight revolve primarily around two things: science and freedom. On one side, the proponents warn us to heed science, and they believe that the others are soundly ignoring, quote, proven scientific facts. The other side believes that they should be allowed the freedom to make their own medical choices for their families, and they do not necessarily agree with the, quote, proven scientific facts and present evidence to the contrary. There are those that would like to believe that the proponents of choice and I are ignoring science. Unfortunately, something which should be as simple and straightforward as science has become a political and economic tool in today's world. As we all learned in our early education, the art of debate focuses on presenting facts and figures which support your side of an argument and attempting to dispute the facts on the other side of an argument. As life and experience should also have taught us, most things in the world are driven, or at the very least, influenced by business and profit. Science is not incorruptible, and given a situation which can be highly profitable, it is only common sense to assume that those profiting from COVID-19 would utilize their very powerful lobbying and marketing arms to encourage us to be afraid of COVID-19. Pharmaceutical companies have an extremely vested interest in continuing to propagate the fear of COVID-19, and they have very strong ties to and influence within our medical communities, the NIH, and the CDC. As an engineer and a data lover, when presented with information and conclusions through the media, I like to look for myself at the source and the underlying data, rather than blindly accepting their statements. At the heart of our discussion is the benefits and drawbacks of masking our younger students. The CDC promotes the effectiveness of universal mask wearing and documents their sources on their website's COVID-19 section in an article titled "Science Brief: Community Use of Cloth Masks to Control the Spread of SARS-CoV-2." In this article, they state, quote, "At least 10 studies have confirmed the benefit of universal masking in community-level analyses." They go on to state that, quote, "Each analysis demonstrated that following directives from organizational and political leadership for universal masking, new infections fell significantly." Quote, "confirmed the benefit," and quote, "fell significantly," are the conclusions they've drawn from these studies. That seems pretty reassuring. But in reviewing the actual studies, which are clearly cited and highlighted in this article, the numbers don't provide the same level of enthusiasm as the conclusions. Of the 10 studies which the CDC has chosen to highlight the effectiveness of masking, only 5 report actual before-after numbers. Of those 5, the reported rates of decline in new diagnoses or case rate are all 1.32% or less. 1.32% means that universal masking did almost nothing to improve the situation. 1.32% does not confirm benefit or meet the level of fell significantly in my estimation. It has been a repeated mantra since the start of mask mandates for COVID-19 that my mask protects you and your mask protects me. A study published July 21st in Physics and Fluids, which is a top 5 peer-reviewed journal, in this area of expertise puts a severe challenge to that mantra. For reference, and in case you doubt the validity of the source, this same journal is cited by the CDC in the previously mentioned article. The reality is that masks are designed to protect the wearer. The efficacy of protecting others was not a design consideration. The study, which was performed by the University of Waterloo, a highly respected Canadian research university, first looked at the efficiency of different mask types in inhalation filtration, or stated more plainly, protecting the user. Cloth masks had a filtration efficiency of 40%. Surgical blue masks, 47%, and KN95 masks, 95%. All values supported by previous studies and the design expectations for those products. However, when the efficiency of these masks in blocking exhalation is measured, it is found that cloth and surgical masks are at best 12.4% efficient, well below their efficiency for inhalation. This result is for masks worn in the proper position on the face and for normal breathing. The reduction in mask performance was attributed primarily to the poor fit, particularly in the nose region of those products. KN95 masks, which are typically much better fitting by design, still filter at only 46.3% efficiency for exhalation. These products simply aren't designed for this function, and their performance under highly controlled conditions demonstrates that. Under real-world conditions and the realities of masks not always being in their proper position, we can assume the performance would be even worse. My reasonable conclusion, my mask does not protect you. Only your mask can do that, and you should wear the best one you can and wear it correctly. From the previously discussed points, I'd conclude that masks aren't a very effective mitigation measure, but some would ask, what's the harm? Last year, as our students participated in fully online and more limited in-person education, we were very aware of our inability to identify and assist those with problems at home. We needed our children in the classroom in order to have a chance to monitor their physical, social, and emotional well-being. Without those daily touch points, we knew that problems we might have mitigated remained undetected. We know that interacting in a meaningful way with our students provides our school staff with a vital chance to identify and assist our children suffering from emotional distress. Being able to see facial expressions is a key asset to detect and identify those children. Masks eliminate one of the key tools for our staff and social workers. It is very simple and convenient to hide our emotions behind our masks. Adults do it at work every day, and children will do it at school. In 2018, suicide claimed 14.3 children per 100,000 in the 10 to 19 age group. With a population of about 42 million, that translates to about 3,000 suicide deaths in that year. While I could not find more recent data, it is safe to say that those rates, which have been on the rise every year since at least 2010, did not reduce. In contrast, COVID-19 has claimed 361 children aged 0 to 17 from January 1st, 2020 till August 18th, 2021. This number is 8 times less than the suicide rate. Tragically, in that same time period, 52,832 children have died of other causes. That is 146 times the COVID-19 deaths. The mental health and physical well-being of our children is a much more clear and present danger to the safety of our students than COVID-19. A return to normality is the best chance we have to protect our children, and the impact of that will far outweigh the slight risk presented by COVID-19. Our children have little to fear from COVID-19. Nature has already provided them with immune systems capable of protecting them. Almost all children exposed to COVID will suffer no or minor symptoms and fully recover, and their bodies will forever contain the antibodies needed for future exposures to COVID and its inevitable variants. To summarize, masks are not a very effective preventative measure for preventing the spread of COVID-19 to others, so they should not be forced onto others. A mask can be effective at protecting the wearer, so allow the wearer to choose. The risk of death or serious illness due to COVID-19 in our young learners is very minimal, and our actions tonight should reflect the true risk to those learners. Allow our families to evaluate the information at hand and make their own medical decisions. This is a very fair and reasonable approach, and the choices of our families should be respected. Thank you.
So the motion on the table is to revert to the pre-August 9th, which was masks optional across the school district. Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Tillman,
Yes.
Mrs. Schrader,
No.
Mr. Posnell,
No.
Mr. Sears,
Yes.
Mr. Scalette,
No.
Mrs. Fryrick,
No.
Mr. Sanders,
Yes.
Mr. Sullivan,
No.
Mr. Robinson.
No.
Motion fails.
So with that, since it's been wide disagreement, are there any more motions that somebody would like to propose?
Yes, Mr. Posnell. In light of that vote, I would like to make a motion that or to amend that to require the proper use of N95 and KN95 masks provided by the school district for all K-12 students. And along with that, instruction in the proper use and confirmation audits by the staff to ensure that masks are in fact worn properly.
You're amending the current health and safety.
Yes, sir.
Do we have
As I understand it, that was just accepted by,
do we have a second?
through the no vote on,
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
that's what we're left with by virtue of the no vote
Correct,
to
yes,
the prior motion.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. Discussion?
To coin a phrase, I'm wondering what that'll cost.
Several $100,000.
So could we have then a roll call vote, please?
Mrs. Fryrick,
No.
Mr. Posnell,
No.
Mr. Sullivan,
No.
Mr. Scalette,
No.
Mr. Robinson,
No.
Mrs. Schrader,
No.
Mr. Sanders,
Yes.
Mr. Tillman,
Yes.
Mr. Sears.
Yes.
Any other?
Sure. I'm convinced. I mean, I've said that I believe that we should be masking K through 12. So without making a motion yet, I'd like to open it up to the board for discussion.
So we need a motion.
You need a motion to
We
discuss?
need a motion.
Oh, I see. Okay, so I'd like to make the motion that we mask K through 12 tagged to transmission rates in our region. And I'm happy for anyone to suggest the exact language, but the idea is that when our county is in high or substantial, we ought to have a mask requirement in the high school building as well.
So your motion is full masking K through 12 until we get out of substantial?
Yes. Higher substantial, that's right. That's right. And this is not a replacement. This is just an addition to what we currently have.
there a second? Second.
I'd like some clarification on that. I'm not quite clear how that could be in addition to what we have if you're saying K to 12.
We currently have a policy that applies to under 12s.
It's K to 8. It's K to 8 is the actual wording
It
of the
actually,
policy. I'm sorry?
yes, and it actually is impacting the buildings,
Right.
all the buildings with the high school. I think that's a good policy. I think that's a good policy. I'm not suggesting amending that. I think in addition, when the transmission rates are high, we ought to be having masking in the high school.
Okay.
That's what I think.
So
when the transmission rates get lower, then the high school would be optional again. And the logic for this is that we have a special concern for the under 12s. I think optional masking is fine at the high school if the transmission rates are low. So my motion is about masking at the high school with high transmission rates. Ellen, does that make sense?
I appreciate your explanation. I'm not sure that I agree with it, but I better understand it. Thank you. I have to think on that.
So I'll paraphrase and then you correct me. So it's not really in addition to, it's a replacement because the original policy said that we would do masking until 6 weeks after vaccines were available for the students.
Yeah.
So now we're saying that that has nothing to do with this. This is, we will mask everybody until rates drop below substantial.
Well,
No.
Okay, that's why I wanted you
No.
to correct.
Not touching the policy that we currently have. The policy we currently have has a special concern for the under 12s, and we have a policy to address that. Now, is there a reason why we'd want to mask the high school? Yes, there is. Under conditions of high transmission or substantial transmission. I'm offering an amendment to address that point. Right, so this is just about the high school. The original policy still stands.
You could run into a situation then where you would have required masking at the high school if the rates are still substantial, and then K to 8, you could be in a situation where vaccines are now available and they're not required to mask even if we're in substantial because they have the ability to get a vaccine.
Yeah.
So
Well, I
you could,
worded it as K through 12, I believe, the motion.
so you're saying I'll take a stab at paraphrasing. So, yeah, I know. So you're saying that K to 12, we're always going to be masking on substantial or higher, or high or higher.
Yeah.
Okay. And then,
That's not what you said originally. That's different.
right, that is different. That is different than what you said originally. Because what you said originally was high school masks when we're in high or substantial.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
And not touching K to 8 portion.
Right.
So we could be in a situation under that scenario where we'd have masking required at the high school because we're in substantial or high.
Right.
But at the K to 8, we could be in a situation where transmission may be high or substantial, but vaccines are available, and therefore the masking would be optional at K to 8 at that point.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting point. So here's the intent, that at the high school, masking can be optional unless we're in substantial or high. Now that's the intent here. Now, I'm open to anyone coming up with the right wording for bringing that about, because there's a kind of a messy outcome that you're saying is possible.
We need to withdraw your motion then and reconsider.
You don't have
Because,
a second.
yeah, we got a second from
Did we have a
Mr.
second?
Robinson.
Oh, okay.
But it's not a second on the current.
Correct,
It's
correct.
been revised.
Yeah.
Mr. Scott, do you want masking to end at the high school at such time as vaccinations are available for K to 8?
Can you ask that again?
At the time that vaccinations become available, and we are 6 weeks out, that's currently written in your plan, K to 8.
Right.
Do you want masking to be optional at the high school?
If we're in substantial or high, then no.
Okay. So that is a complete modification to the plan.
Right.
Because you're applying it K to 12.
Okay. So what would you like? Do you want me to amend my proposal?
If that's your motion, just make sure that your second agrees that that is the motion that he agrees with.
That's right. State it once more clearly. So.
Okay. The motion is that we require K through 12 masking so long as we're in substantial or high.
Okay.
That's the motion?
That's the motion.
Second. So you just changed that again from your previous little wording. You were saying high school, now it's K to 12. Does that override what we have in place now?
Yes.
Yes.
Why must it override what we have in place now?
Because there's a hole.
I think
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd like to add to your motion, any student that provides proof of vaccination has masking optional to it. Also, I want to add to your motion that I want proper masking in place, not general masking. I'd like to add Joel's N95 to your motion.
That's a separate motion. The motioner and seconder would have to agree to those amendments.
Yes, or me?
I'm asking the original motioner if they would agree to, if they're agreeing to that requested amendment, and then the seconder.
Well, I appreciate the ideas, but no.
We can address that amendment after.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to amend the motion. I'd like to have vaccination students that show proof of vaccination. This is very legal.
Check the Roberts rules. We can make a motion to amend the motion.
Absolutely.
As long as we are not changing.
Any student that shows a vaccination is masking optional. I would also like to require appropriate, proper masking as used by CDC guidance.
Second.
Okay, so you can discuss that and vote that up or down.
So he seconded. So the question now is the modification to the original.
And the motion is only to approve the modification. So
Only to
it's an up or
approve the
down vote on that modification.
So I'll
to the
jump into
standing
the
motion.
discussion on this. This is exactly why we shouldn't be jumping into making these motions. This is exactly why we shouldn't be setting policy. We can't even state it clearly as we go forward with these things. This is why the governor is shirking his responsibility, and so is the state. We are jumping into areas that are exposing us to litigation risk. And regardless of what our solicitor is saying, we've been threatened and a lawsuit can be filed, regardless of whether it has a basis or not. And that will cause us to defend. So the fact that we can't speak it clearly in this meeting is exact proof of why we shouldn't be setting this type of policy.
Well, my concern with the amended motion is you're going to have the proper CDC, whatever it was you said. You're going to have the administration and the classroom teachers doing nothing but that all day. We are an educational institution after all.
kind of proven my point about masking's a little bit hard to enforce.
Well, with respect, Mr. Sanders, I do disagree with you. I guess we figured that out already.
Well, I know you disagree, but the anecdotal evidence supports my position.
Any further discussion on that? The amendment to Mr. Sullivan, Mr.
It's
Mr.
not a
Skelet's.
substantive motion, it's a motion to amend, it's procedural motion to add to the current motion. So we vote on the amendment first, up or down, about whether it gets added. If it gets added, then we vote on the substantive motion.
So roll call vote?
Mr. Tillman,
Yes.
Mrs. Schrader,
No.
Mr. Posnow,
No.
Mr. Sears,
Yes.
Mr. Skelet,
No.
Mrs. Fryrick,
No.
Mr. Sanders,
Yes.
Mr. Sullivan,
No.
Mr. Robinson,
No.
motion fails.
Amendment fails. The other motion stands.
So the motion on the floor is your original motion.
Mr. Posnow?
You've had your chance at public comment. I have a question.
I would like to just go back to the comments that I made before. And you guys can all think that those facts are not real, and you can point to the thousands of studies that in theory show that universal masking works. But the CDC chose, of those thousands of apparent studies that are out there, they chose to highlight 10 of them. They very specifically showed the results of those 10. And the absolute best reduction in cases from universal masking was 1.32%. 1.32%. And this is the problem with everything that we hear. 1.32% was deemed to prove that it worked. That's within the error band of the study. 1.32%. We want to implement universal masking for all the schools for a 1.32% better result. That means if 99 people, or if 100 people were going to get something, 99 still will if we universal mask. That is not an effective strategy. You can point to all the studies you want. The CDC cited 10 of them and used that as their basis for saying universal masking worked. But the real data in those studies showed 1.32% at best. One of those studies that was cited literally showed 0.00019% improvement. I have no idea why, if you were trying to make a point in a debate, you would cite that study as proof of anything. I wouldn't have cited any of those studies as proof of anything because they weren't proof of anything. But we're going to blindly follow the conclusion that they came to from studies which clearly numerically didn't say that universal masking is going to be successful.
So,
Wait a minute, no, wait.
Okay.
Could you,
One more question.
could you just state exactly what the motion is that we're going to vote on now? And I believe that was Dr. Skelet's. The exact wording that's going to show up.
I'm recommending that we follow the CDC guidelines, that we have K through 12 masking in conditions of substantial or high.
So you're using the phrase K to 12 now.
Yes.
So what does that do with our policy that is standing now with regard to the little ones and the 6 weeks after
That's where my confusion is coming.
we currently have, the plan says that all buildings that house those students under 12 until such time as 6 weeks following the availability of the vaccination. Does that part stand?
No.
Well, I think he thinks it does. That's
Yeah,
what
my intent is for that part to stand.
I would respectfully request that whatever language we are attempting to vote on here be put on the screen and the edits clearly shown so that our motioner and seconder can actually understand what they're motioning on and the rest of us can clearly understand what we're voting on. Because we cannot possibly understand what we're voting on using this format. We haven't had clearly stated language that can be put in that document stated to us here. Show the thing on the screen. We have it. Should be easy enough to pull it up and make the edits so we can all look at them and actually see what we are voting.
Mr. Scott, just a point of clarification.
Yes.
Under your proposed motion, if the vaccine becomes available for students in K to 8, can they stop wearing masks 6 weeks after vaccination becomes available? If the county is in high or substantial.
Yes.
Okay, so that is that is different than the original motion as it was stated with the clarification. So it sounds like the motion is in addition to the current health and safety plan to require K to 12 masking. However, that 9 to 12 masking will only be required at such time as transmission rates are in high and substantial.
Yes.
From K to 8, masking can end at such time as vaccination becomes, within 6 weeks of when vaccination becomes available. Is that what you intend your motion to be? And then we can get it up on the screen.
Yes, that would be good to put in the screen.
Okay. I don't know who's writing it there.
That would, Nick, that would still create the possibility of high school being masked.
Absolutely. But that is what he's asked for.
So if it's high, and
So I
if
think
it's
someone needs to
still
address
high, and then a second grader cannot wear a mask, but a junior in high school does.
Please just talk into your microphones if you're going to discuss.
Or do you mean if it's high or substantial, everybody should wear a mask, regardless of vaccination status?
If it's higher substantial, everyone should wear a mask.
Okay, that's not what you said.
Are the microphones on? I can't hear what the discussion is on the deliberation.
Mr. Scott, the reason we're seeking clarification is it because it would create two different scenarios where
Right.
vaccinations are available for students K to 12 and elementary students and middle school students could stop wearing masks according to the way the plan is written, but high school students would have to continue wearing them if you were in substantial or high spread.
Right. I'd like to open the floor to see if there's anyone else who has a, yeah.
Can you withdraw that motion?
Yeah, I'll withdraw the motion because I started this by saying I'd like a discussion of those who think that we ought to have universal masking. And you said we have to have a motion to have a discussion. So let me withdraw the motion. I think we had a bit of an understanding of what some of the complications are in making the motion. And I'd like to hear some more conversation on this.
Well, so there are two options. We put a motion on the floor that says we want to go to mandated masks K through 12, replacing the existing health and safety plan until rates drop below substantial or whatever number you want to use. You can go that way, or we just stop and leave the plan as it is. Or if
A
somebody
third
expects
option
to-
would be that you require masking until such time as within 6 weeks after vaccination is available to everyone K to 12. That would be a hybrid.
Okay, I'm going to take a stab at it. We should require masking this is to add to our current policy. So leaving the under 12 buildings intact, I'm going to add that 8 through 12 or 9 through 12 should be masked as long as we're in substantial and high.
Same problem. That's the same problem.
Well, I don't understand why that's a contradiction.
Because
Because if the vaccine comes out tomorrow and the 6-week clock goes,
But
6 weeks from now, we could still be in substantial and high. And it
so
would be optional for the younger kids.
K-12, what you were trying to say is K-12 should be masked if we're in substantial and high, regardless of vaccination status? Is that what you were trying to say? I think that's what we need.
say it once again.
We should require masking K-12 as long as we are in substantial or high status. The county is in substantial or high status regardless of vaccination status.
That's a motion.
So moved.
So you're at, is that what you're saying, Lois Ann? You're getting rid of what we approved and we're putting a whole
No.
new one out there?
No, the existing one stands, comma, all students should be masked K-12 if we are in substantial or high. Yes, yeah.
So does vaccination availability, is that gone out the window now, or are we not worried about that
I
anymore?
think what she's trying to say is after the 6-week point that we have already approved for our K through 8, that then it's additional.
No, this is in addition to the existing
Yeah.
policy. It's just if
They
we're in
contradict
high
each other.
or substantial, everybody wears a mask regardless of vaccination status. Am I speaking another language? Does that make sense?
No, it doesn't make any sense.
Sorry.
They contradict each other.
No, they don't.
They do.
Do I have a second?
No.
Is there a second on that one?
Can we have the audience calm down? Everybody had public comment opportunity.
In addition to the existing plan, I'm proposing that all students K-12 be required to wear a mask when we are in the rates of substantial or high,
Regardless of vaccination.
regardless of vaccination status.
I respectfully request once again that that language actually be placed visually on the screen for us to see. This is not a difficult request, folks. And I think it would make all of us feel better that we knew what we were voting on if we could see it.
This isn't an editable document, so it's going to take me some time as long as we're comfortable with that.
You speak up, we can't hear you over there.
Find an editable document. Our procedure typically is that we publish the language we're going to vote on at these meetings before the meetings. so that it is available. No, the motions are always spelled out exactly on our agendas. Until we made the motion August 9th and tonight, we have always had motions in writing that we could view and see what we were voting.
Can we just give Mr. Staub an opportunity to write this up and we can further discuss it when it's in front of all board members?
You just want to see the.
Is this a new motion from Lois Ann?
This is
Right?
her
This is
original
not,
motion.
this is not Dr. Scolett's motion. This is Lois Ann's motion.
Correct.
Okay, I'm going to make the same amendment to the motion. I want masking to be appropriate per CDC guidance.
I'll second that.
We're voting on James's. Okay.
The amendment.
Just,
Mrs. Fryrick,
no.
Mr. Posnell,
No.
Mr. Sullivan,
No.
Mr. Scalette,
No.
Mr. Robinson,
No.
Mrs. Schrader,
No.
Mr. Sanders,
Yes?
Mr. Tillman,
Yes.
Mr. Sears.
Yes.
Motion fails.
So now we're back to this. Any discussion?
I need a clear understanding of where the masking occurs. Is it on school property? Is it in a building? Is it on a bus? Is it in a car ride to the school?
Existing policy, this is in addition to the existing policy. Yeah. So it's indoors.
The original or the existing plan has a certain trajectory for releasing the mask mandate in the elementary and now the junior high. This doesn't. This looks like a roller coaster. If we're in high and substantial now and we go back down to below high for how long, we don't know for how long, do we then relieve the mask mandate? And if we go back into higher substantial, do we have to be there for a certain minimum period of time before we reimpose the mask mandate? Or this would be instantaneous. As soon as we recognize that change in status, overnight we impose the mandate. No time for parents to react, no time for kids to react. This is it. We issue the advisory, the next day you wear the mask. If we fall back below high, we issue the advisory, and the next day the masks come off. Is that how it would be implemented? Thank you.
So again, I will ask, the existing policy has K through 8 vaccine availability as part of the process. Help me understand how that fits in with this.
Even if a student is K to 8 and becomes vaccinated or vaccinations become available and you're within that 6-week period, if the county bumps to substantial or high, masks remain in place. Did I answer that correctly?
That's doable.
I do have a question, and Mr. Posnell, about, how long does it have to stay, like James said, how long does it have to stay in substantial or high? Suppose it's only 6 days and then they go again, or is there a time period, 2 weeks, or? Yeah, at least our original proposal, it's 6 weeks from the time the vaccine is approved. There is some better time frame. I'm still not clear how this fits in with our existing policy, quite frankly.
I'll jump in here again. It's 10:42 at night. We're trying to make policy for our kids to keep them safe. This is probably version 5 of this mandate. This is why we should not be making this policy. I'd be cool to let this sit till the next meeting so that we could actually vet it and come up with reasonable reasons why we're doing something or not. But to try to do this at 10:45 at night, after we sat through how many hours of public comment, is a bit overboard in my view.
Yeah, if I could respond to that. I think both Joel's question is a good one, and James, I think that's actually a point. That is, my intent was to have a conversation about whether K through 12 should be have mandatory masks. And I think having a week or two to fine tune what the appropriate policy should be, I wouldn't object to that.
Ms. Schrader, would you be willing?
I don't think it takes any more time to call the question and vote than it does. I mean, heaven knows we're revisiting it every 2 weeks anyway. So if this doesn't fly, then there'll be a similar motion next time or not. So to me, let's just call the question, and if it tanks, it tanks.
Mr. Sullivan,
No.
Mr. Tillman,
No.
Mr. Sears,
No.
Mr. Robinson,
Yes.
Mrs. Fryrick,
No.
Mr. Sanders,
No.
Mr. Posnell, Mr. Scalette,
Yes.
Mrs. Schrader.
Yes.
Motion fails.
Thank you, Mr. Posno. Nick, would you mind putting up the table for the AP results? Tonight, I want to report to everyone that the school year got off to a smooth start. There's several, I shouldn't say several, a few logistical hiccups that we typically experience every year. But by and large, everyone's happy to be back, grateful for the routines, and kids are excited, staff's excited, and it got off to a good start. I want to share with you tonight some AP results for 2021. Dr. Ellis recently received the results, and we're providing a table here of our AP results for 2021 and comparing that to the prior years. There was some suspicion that maybe the scores wouldn't be so strong because of the pandemic and the hybrid learning and that kind of a thing. But as we see from the data for the results, so our students did quite well. Participation rate was down slightly, and our scores are down slightly. But if you look over the 5-year period there, they're really not out of whack with other years. So congratulations to the high school students who took the AP exams. And the other thing we look at for AP exams is whether or not we have what percentage of our kids score on at least one exam a 3 or higher. And the next table has that information. And you can see that in 2021, the percentage of our students who took those AP tests scored a 3 or higher, a similar percentage to other years. So we're proud of the work they've done, the teachers have done, and the students have done to hit those milestones. So we're grateful for that. Also tonight, we're going to have Mrs. Campbell give us an update on, and hopefully a quick update on pandemic protocols. And also want to mention that on the board page, we have Mr. Staub has modified that page so that information is more easily available and readily available without going to multiple places to get the information you may need for school board activities. And the last thing I want to mention is the enrollment report, which is attached to the superintendent's report. I'm happy to report that the number of cyber charter students we have in the district has decreased, but we'll have firmer numbers come October. So I'm not ready to get excited about it yet, but let's see how things go. October 1 numbers are really the numbers we go by for the school year.
So looking at the kindergarten numbers this year, I mean, there's a big spike, and then obviously first graders 176. There's a big drop off there. How many? Have you done any survey of the kindergarten parents to see how many may have held their kid back?
We have not, but in talking informally, administratively, we're not seeing as big a number of that as we had suspected we would see, surprisingly.
Right. Okay.
So with that, the next item is every year we have to approve booster organizations. As per Board Policy 915, the administration recommends that the York Suburban School Board sanction the following organizations for the 21-22 school year. Administration will work with each organization to ensure that all obligations set forth in Policy 915 are met in a timely fashion, and those associations are listed there.
So moved.
Second.
Questions or comments? It can be unanimous roll call vote. This will be considered a unanimous roll call vote unless I hear votes to the contrary. Hearing none, motion passes.
Next item, the administration recommends the renewal of the York Academy Regional Charter Schools Charter for a period of 5 years, commencing on July 1st, 2021, and ending on June 30, 2026.
So moved.
Second. Questions, comments?
Yeah, I have a question. What do we want to do this, Dr. Gordon?
Did you ask why do we want to do this? We have an obligation as a chartering district for the charter school
What if we say no?
if you say no and their charter would be denied, they do require approval from 2 other organizations who partner, I believe.
There's total
It
3.
it would be appealed, I believe, to the Charter Appeal Board for consideration on denial of the charter.
And to my knowledge, those are rarely successful. I mean, they're,
Yes, good point.
yeah.
So really, we don't have a snowball's chance in July of resisting.
If you wanted to make that resistance, I believe you have separate legal counsel on the chart for all the chartering districts, and they would have needed to advise you of that, and you would have wanted to take those steps probably a year ago.
Okay, thanks very much.
But it's definitely, you have an ability to do that. You can challenge a charter, but it would require something earlier than now.
So here is my problem with that. We are facing both. I have no particular gripe with this one charter, but if we look at cyber charter and we look at the charter schools, we are paying more money per student for probably a 21% less performance from these places. So that really grates at me that we're paying more money for less performance and we have no mechanism to improve performance. That's problematic.
Mr. Posnell, in their defense, regional charter school does probably some of the best, am I correct, Attorney Say, of all the charter schools in the Commonwealth. They have a pretty good record.
So just looking, and I'll pick on them since they're the one.
I'm just
English language, Suburban scored in the 89th percentile. York Academy scored in the 61st.
We have given them, I believe, as part of the renewal agreement, certain guidelines, that certain benchmarks they're supposed to hit and things they're supposed to do. A lot of this is governed by what the state puts out and says, this is okay, they don't do anything about it.
They're below state average. I mean, nobody's below state average in this area.
Well, I'm just saying.
Okay, all right.
We have a lot of work to do at the state level. There has to be a lot of work if we're going to change this whole thing.
We need some legislative relief.
Yeah.
There's a motion on the floor, I think, or is there?
On the floor.
Yep. So really, a no vote in protest accomplishes nothing. Am I cutting to the chase on that?
I don't know how the regional part of the charter is written. I haven't reviewed it in a few years, but it could say that it only requires 2 out of 3 of you to approve it, but I don't know that. It might require unanimous. I simply don't know the answer.
Mr. Sullivan,
Yes.
Mr. Tillman, Mr. Sears,
No.
Mr. Robinson,
Yes, under protest.
Mrs. Fryrick,
Yes.
Mr. Sanders,
No.
Mr. Posnell,
No.
Mr. Scalette,
Yes.
Mrs. Schrader,
No.
motion passes.
Mrs. Campbell, thank you for coming and being patient. Mrs. Campbell will talk to us about contact tracing, those kinds of things.
So good evening. I will make this brief and I welcome any questions that you may have about the information after you have a chance to review the PowerPoint. We did receive updated information on August 13th from the Department of Health as well as the Epidemiology Committee in their guidelines for K-12 schools. So Nick, if you can just go ahead and advance that. This is our current masking policy. We're not going to talk any more about that tonight. You guys can read that in your own time. There were a couple new things that we did learn from this, and I did take the information straight out of their PowerPoint for, so you can see exactly what they said. So it's not, it's available to your own interpretation, and it's not something that I am interpreting for them. Of course, the Department of Health and PDE are both still recommending vaccinations for anyone that is eligible. Students, teachers, staff, family members, that they think this is the most logical way to reduce the amount of COVID that we have within our schools. They are still recommending that 3 feet as the greatest extent possible. And then if students are not vaccinated, they're recommending 6 feet. They also are recommending universal masking for all teachers, staff, students, and visitors, regardless of vaccination status. This is just a brief slide to tell you what we do when we have a student that is showing COVID-like symptoms in school. So the student is sent to the nurse's room and isolated at that time. Parents are contacted to pick up the student as soon as possible, and that student will remain in isolation until the parent picks them up. And then the student is sent home with a sheet, a document that explains what symptoms they have and what next steps the parent should follow. And we ask our parents to communicate with the child's school nurse if they have any questions or concerns. One thing we also ask is that parents report back if the child does test positive for COVID. So this is just the guidelines from the Department of Health. If a student does have symptoms, they are asked to quarantine or isolate for 10 days. And after those 10 days, if they've not had a fever within 24 hours without fever-reducing medications and their symptoms have improved, they're able to come back to school. And then this is the slide for students that do not show symptoms. So maybe their brother or their sister tested positive. They were taken to the doctors and they also test positive. So they are asked to stay out of the building for 10 days. And then if their symptoms do develop, then they begin their isolation from the first day of their symptoms. So for contact tracing, they are recommending that 6 feet for 15 consecutive minutes, but they also made the caveat that it might not be consecutive minutes, it might be cumulative minutes in certain instances. And they did provide some other factors to consider when you're looking at close contacts. So this is the K-12 exception that Mr. Sears was referring to earlier. So they have decided, the CDC guidance is saying that a K-12 indoor classroom setting, the close contact definition excludes students who are within 3 to 6 feet of an infected student. And they say if both the infected student and the exposed students are correctly and consistently masking, they do not need to quarantine. Please note this does not include teachers, staff, or other adults. It only refers to students in K-12. Fully vaccinated students or staff are not required to quarantine, but we do ask that students wear a mask inside for 14 days, and we are asking parents to provide a proof of vaccination. If parents are unable to provide that vaccination, we are treating students as unvaccinated. Unvaccinated students need to quarantine if they come in close contact with someone that has been diagnosed as having a positive case of COVID-19, regardless of their symptoms. So our contact tracing has changed a bit this year based on the K-12 exception. So in our elementary and middle schools, due to that K-12 exception, we are conducting contact tracing when students are within 6 feet of a positive or presumed positive case when they are not wearing their masks. So if they're in the classroom and they are properly masked, we're not doing close contact tracing because of the K-12 exception. Parents will be informed and students will be required to quarantine if they are considered a close contact during these times. We are contact tracing at breakfast, lunch, and other times when the students are not masked in the classroom. Go back. At the high school, it's a bit more trickier because since we do not have a mask mandate, we do have to do full contact tracing to identify any students that were within 6 feet of a positive or presumed positive case. From there, the school nurse will verify if both the infected and the exposed student were wearing masks. If so, the exposed student will not need to quarantine. And then also, if the exposed student is vaccinated, they do not need to quarantine at that time. So any students that are considered and determined that they're a close contact and they're not vaccinated will need to quarantine. So the gold standard still remains 14 days. That's something that they did change back in the spring to limit it to if a child tests negative, they are able to return after the 7th day. And if they don't have a test, they can return after the 10th day. But parents are still encouraged to keep them out for the full 14 days. This is the one that really affects a lot of our students and keeps them out for pretty long periods of time. So if you are exposed to someone in your household that has tested positive or is presumed positive, you have to first quarantine for 10 days before you can start your own quarantine period. So that first 10 days is the incubation period of the other person that has the COVID. And then after the 10 days, you start your quarantine. So we could really have students out of school up to 24 days, which when you think about that, that is pretty much a month of school. So we try to get these students tested and can get them back on the 18th day or the 20th day, but still a very large period of time for students to be out of school. Yeah. Yes, that does include weekends. They did change their guidance a little bit on the outbreak containment. Outbreak definition is 2 or more cases among students or staff within a period of 14 days in a single classroom or core group, such as a team or a band. If students are experiencing an outbreak in the rise of cases, that we should reach out to the Department of Health for guidance on how to handle that situation. And they recommend a maximum of a 14-day full incubation period where we would be closing schools. If you remember last year, the number of cases required to shut schools down for 14 days, Nick, can you go ahead and advance that? Was a much smaller window than it is this year. It has to be 5% of your confirmed cases within that 14-day window. So instead of looking at numbers such as 3 to 5 cases, this year we're looking at 25 cases in a small school, which would be less than 500 students and staff. It does also say if we are in that 14-day closure period, that they recommend suspension of sports and extracurricular activities as well. And that also it is possible that schools may close for shorter time periods if needed to make sure that they are keeping students safe and some things like if staff shortages and quarantines and things like that. Go ahead. Is that the last one? Okay. So one other thing I did want to mention, one of the other things they talked about during the webinar was the pool testing that's available to districts. Dr. Williams and I had a conversation, so I did not include that information here. But if you want that information, let me know, and I'd be happy to share it with you. Just talking about weekly pool testing, where we would pick a certain amount of students and test them, and to see if we have a number of students are testing positive, but I don't think we're going to proceed with that at this time.
Just a quick, and thanks for the rundown of this. I know it's a moving target, but vaccination status is kind of a big deal for quarantine, isn't it?
Yes. So basically, if a student is vaccinated, then they do not need to quarantine. So it doesn't really affect their time in school. So regardless if they come in contact with positive or presumed positive cases, they're still able to attend school. The only regulation is that they would wear a mask inside for 14 days.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And tonight's administrative reports. Is Mrs. Jackson with us? There she is.
Okay, I promise to be brief. My watch is telling me it's time for bed. So this summer at the very end, we had so much activity that really prepared our students for what's coming up this fall. So we have just a few pictures here of our band. They survived the sweltering heat with some modifications to how often and when they were out on the field. And then we also had a link crew retreat where we had 60 of our link crew leaders at Refreshing Mountain. And I had the pleasure of joining them and watching them in action as they went through team building activities that taught them more about themselves as leaders and also showed them others in link crew who have been doing it for a while. It really highlighted the leadership skills that they have developed. And then our Hope Squad was off to an amazing start. We had a retreat the Saturday before school started, and our students were trained in how to help others and to be a confidential source for peers who might be struggling with suicidal thoughts. And we're just getting started. So I hope soon you'll hear both from our Hope Squad leaders as well as our link crew leaders with more about the amazing things they're doing throughout the fall and spring. Thank you. Any questions?
All right, thank you very much. And Dr. Manas.
Good evening, everybody. First, thanks for navigating yet again our scenario this year. To share tonight, I decided to bring the first day of school to you. As mentioned earlier, the York Dispatch did come out and shadowed us for an entire day. I appreciated the transparency of Valley View to open the doors to everybody to come in. And just a previously mentioned comment, just please, any mention of masks or anything like that, do know that Valley View operates under my direction and leadership. So I appreciate questions of that nature coming to me and not staff or students. Enjoy the first day of school. I would agree, Lois Ann. Um, just to, as we came back this school year, I challenged the staff with the concept of back to basics. And what we did with the word basic is instead of the I at the end, we put a question mark just to say, what are the new basics? Social emotional learning has been referenced tonight. And I hope what you saw in that video were educators that are in tune with a pandemic that we've never experienced before. You saw students go through a scientific process on the first day of school, and those are 8-year-olds. I couldn't be prouder of the courage of the teachers to take that on with uncertainty and with the presence of a camera. So I applaud Valley View's efforts. We had a great first day. We've had subsequent awesome days, and I look forward to school today or 45 minutes from now, tomorrow. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Dr. Manos. And that concludes Superintendent's report.
Mr. Chuli, Business Office.
You have before you the business office report. Would any board member like any of these items considered separately or are there any questions on any of these items? If not, I would ask for a motion to be made to approve the below mentioned items.
Questions or comments?
For both? Thank you.
That's in the next motion.
Oh, you're just doing the first one, sorry, okay.
Other questions? This can be a unanimous roll call vote.
This will be considered a unanimous vote call vote unless I hear votes to the contrary. Hearing none, motion passes. The second agenda item is a recommendation from the Property and Finance Committee. Would any board member like any of these items considered separately, or are there any questions on any of these items? If not, I would ask a motion be made to approve the below mentioned items.
Second.
Now, questions or
Now I get to
comments?
ask. $69,400 on item 1, is that for both Crabtree, Rohrbaugh, and Moore, or just Moore Engineering?
No, it's for both.
Both, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. This can be a unanimous roll call vote.
This will be considered a unanimous vote call vote unless I hear votes to the contrary. Hearing none, motion passes. That concludes the business office
Thank
report.
you. Ms. Casey, you still with us?
Yep, I'm here. It's an exciting time at the high school right now. We're getting moving on all of our homecoming activities and rolling on Mini-thon, even though it's a ways away. There's a lot of prep that goes into it. Our student council is doing well. Link Crew's doing extremely well. We had a great start with the freshmen this year. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Mr. Robinson, personnel.
Thank you, Mr. Posnell. You have before you the personnel report. Would any board member like any of the items considered separately, or are there any questions on any of these items? If not, the chair moves approval of the below mentioned items.
Thank you. Questions or comments? This can be a unanimous roll call vote.
This will be considered a unanimous vote call vote unless I hear votes to the contrary. Hearing none, motion passes.
That concludes my report.
Thank you. Mr. Toman, policy.
Following policies were discussed at the May 24th committee meeting and recommended out of committee for first read by the board at the June 14th meeting, second read by the board at the July 12th meeting, and adoption at this meeting. I make a motion to approve the 6 policies listed in the agenda.
Second. Questions or comments? This can be a unanimous roll call vote.
This will be considered a unanimous vote call vote unless I hear votes to the contrary. Hearing none, motion passes.
Property and Finance, Mr. Sears.
Thank you, Mr. Posnell. Property and Finance met on August 17th in the, excuse me, the Education Center. Minutes from the meeting of April 6th are presented this evening. We received a presentation on the new chillers by Crabtree, Rohrbaugh & Associates and Moore Engineering, leading to the consent agenda item B in the business office report tonight to solicit bids and to manage the process of replacing the 500-ton and 200-ton chillers that supply cold water to this campus. Mr. Sears made remarks about the financial impact of denying the LRTA for 693 North Hills Road. The school district revenue will be roughly $1.7 million higher over a 10-year period than it would have been otherwise. Likewise, taxpayers in Springersbury Township and York County will also benefit as these jurisdictions withdrew their approvals as well. Our next meeting is September 7th, 5 o'clock in the Ed Center. Our meeting was adjourned at 5:50.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a legislative update?
Advocacy Days on October 14th. It's never-ending effort to help defund public education. Representative Andrew Booth framed the new bill to establish state-funded education savings account. Fortunately, we also have a bill from Representative Joseph Ritchie, HB 1603, which would require an elected school board official to sit on a chartered school board. More to follow on both items. No questions, that concludes my report.
Thank you. Ms. Frerick? Thank you. Mr. Chuli, York Adams Tax Bureau,
No report.
York County School of Technology, Schrader.
I have no report this evening. Thank you.
There's a link to the upcoming events here, and I would really like to thank everybody that stuck with us through the night. We really like to not go this long, but thank you for coming. It's nice to see faces in the audience. There's a link to the board meeting schedule here, and this is your last opportunity for public comment. Yes,
I have a comment. Mr. Sears, you said that the next meeting is on Tuesday, September 7th. Is that correct?
That's what's posted on the website.
Okay, the reason I'm asking is I'm a little disappointed. That's the Jewish New Year celebration, and I'm somewhat distressed that you have planned any kind of school board meetings on that day. It's a committee meeting. I'm sorry to hear that. I will obviously not be in attendance.
Well, I was unaware of that, and thank you for letting us know.
okay. So this is the last opportunity for public comment.
You're correct. The state should definitely be supporting you in making these decisions. You are all we currently have, though, to make decisions, and we really do appreciate the work that you do to try and keep our kids safe. Dr. Monis, thumbs up for his crew. Those little kids wearing masks, most of them did an excellent job, better than many adults I see out in not only the community, but in the hospital. So awesome for them. I wanted to clarify a couple of points just so that you have them going forward as you make decisions in the future. The suggestion of N95s throughout the school, supplied by the school, is completely inappropriate. A true N95 respirator is meant to filter fine droplets, aerosolized things. You do not require those for safety from COVID in a regular setting. A medical grade mask, like level 3 like this, is adequate. It should be good fitting. These ones have foam, which is great. Keeps your glasses from fogging up. It does catch small particles. It does keep them from coming out as much as possible. A K95 I'm not super knowledgeable about. They're normal fitting. That's fine. An N95 respirator is fitted. I have to be tested to make sure it actually works. They are not made in children's sizes that I know of, and it would be ridiculous for kids to wear them all day. They are hard to breathe in. These are not actually hard to breathe in. If you want to wear those all day, these are like running around with no pants on. They're like easy. I'm not kidding. Like when I go in the store with this stuff, I feel like, oh, after wearing those. So that is an inappropriate thing. We should have them wearing properly. We should remind the kids and teach them to cover your noses and to make sure they fit well, or ask home to send ones that fit well. But a true N95 respirator is not appropriate for school. You're using some own data over there, like the 65 plus thing. That's quickly changing. I know that old data isn't very old, but it's old because everything's changing so fast. It's not contact. We've learned that it's not. You don't catch it touching things. You do catch things like MRSA and the flu and C. diff that way. You do not catch COVID that way. COVID is a droplet thing. You're getting droplets, small virus on small airborne particles. So the touching mask thing is not the biggest concern. We should wash our hands. We shouldn't touch our masks, but that's not going to be your source for COVID either. I mean, if we're putting it off because we need more info, I really wish we were putting it off in the safest way and doing the masking while we're in high and substantial. That makes the most sense. Keep our kids the safest until we know better. If you make an error, at least you're making it on the right side of the line to find out that this one is more contagious, that we do have more kids getting it. That vertical line that Mr. Sullivan talks about, that's kind of a big deal. Going another couple weeks is bad. A couple days stresses me out because we were in a state of an emergency point where all of our pediatric beds at the hospital are full. That's not normal. So, like, I'm hoping you guys finally got the language on that. You really did. Like the part where we wear it for high, it doesn't affect the whole thing with the vaccinations. If we go below high, we go back to your previous plan. Awesome. We have some optional stuff, which I don't think is awesome, but it's way better than what we have now. At least in high substantial, everybody should be wearing masks inside all the time. We took it backwards in the hospital too. Our administrative areas, we're allowed to go maskless recently. Now we're not. So yeah, it's kind of a roller coaster. We go with the numbers. That makes the most sense. I super recommend that you all find somebody, a person, a panel of people who have some medical expertise, who have worked in the field, who have dealt with COVID to help advise you. We can't expect you to know the stuff you don't know. That's understandable. To pick apart that language, to know what to do with it when people are trying to make it confusing or difficult. We can't expect you to know that. I'm sure within our community we have some very educated people in the healthcare field who would be willing to help you out. It's not even a cost thing. Like, you just need more info and how to dissect that better, how to come up with the wording better, how to figure out what is appropriate. But I appreciate you working to keep our kids safe. I hope we come up with better answers next time. I hope, because it's an emergency and we have so many numbers going up, that we have another meeting soon to talk about these things that are important. I don't want to do my kids schooling at home again, but if it, continues this way, we're not having space and we're not having masks. I don't know what else to do with them. Thank you all for staying so late. Thank you for working so hard. I hope we come up with better answers soon. I appreciate you.
Courtney Hendrickson, 1585 Wyndham Drive. I'm really tired, so bear with me. I just wanted to point out that I was a bit disappointed. I don't know if it just you lost sight of it, but I did ask if you would respectfully discuss the question. I did send you all information. I hope you got that. And I asked in my previous comment, and I may not have the exact figures right, but I said I believe that there was an estimated amount of maybe $2 million of extra ARP ESSER funding. And I asked if you had consulted and or hired an expert that actually does the very thing we've spent how many hours debating. Like, that is what they do. They train people, they explain this, that maybe, with all due respect, we've heard from pediatricians, we've heard from parents, we've heard from, these are the actual experts. That's why I took the time to send you that video. And I've heard that woman speak for many, many panels. She is in fact a legit source. So my question was, number one, I just want to point it out, nobody actually discussed it at all. And that was going to, maybe that would provide some light to, like, was that person, did any of that money ever go to any of those additional mitigation efforts? And if not, why not? I think that's a fair question. We're all standing here debating this thing, and you hear from, no offense, but there's all these other experts, they've got all the voices, and you have the money. That's what you got the extra money for. And so to me, I just want to also say, I'm sad, but I want to say over here, I hate to say it that way, I heard people say, trust the science, and you quote the CDC, right? Then they present, the CDC says, and it looks like Mr. Toman dug really into it. And we all have lives. It's a lot to follow. Believe me, I've done it for now how long as a parent, and I'm even homeschooling. It's a lot. He legitimately answered you, and nobody seems to care when he said it's only 1 point something percent. And we're just still going to say, no. Well, we're going to trust the same science that he just told you the science said is very little effect. That should matter to somebody. It really should matter. And it matters to parents like me who might someday want to come back here. If I got to choose to take that risk, it sounds to me like it's not that risky, to be honest. 99, what did you say? 99% of the thing, it really doesn't matter. My kids might say, hey, we could go back. Why can't it just get more and more appealing to pick choice? I honestly feel like, no offense, but like maybe you guys all love being out here till almost midnight, but I would say, like, my goodness, that does kind of solve it. I mean, you have to go back and watch your own tape. You say, trust the science, trust the science. He shows you the very people you're quoting. And when you dig into it, it's not what you think it is. That should matter. Like, I think that's something to still stand here and tell you. And I legitimately am looking forward to a direct answer. What was the money spent on? We all as taxpayers should have the right to know that. And if I have to put that formal thing, with the right to know, I would like to know it. I respectfully want to know, was there any mitigation or ventilation changes in any of the schools? Did you do any research? Did you listen to the video I sent you? Did you check her out? And I really do know you're in a tough position, but that is your homework. I've done the homework. It's a lot. But I respectfully ask you to do it. I really do. And I guess I'll see you in a couple weeks. Thank you.
I guess I have some questions. We had a TOPS program. We spent millions of dollars on it, and it just disappeared. So you've left the taxpayers to have no choice. They have to send their kid to school with a mask. You've given them no options. You've spent all this money for nothing to show. I have a question. If my child were to get quarantined for 14 days or 21 days, do they make it up on their own? Or are we doing Zooms? How do these kids have to now go to every teacher for 14 days to make it up? Is that how we're doing it? I mean, am I not allowed to, do we not have an answer? I don't know. Is that really what they do? For 14 days, they figure it all out themselves? Are they catch with their teachers? There's no Zooms, there's no nothing. Are we really going to say that we're not going to quarantine any kids? You've provided nothing. You've spent $1 million on tops that disappeared and all this Zoom that we learned, and these kids are just, sucks to be them. I would think that you'd need to do something else for them. You want to talk about quarantine, you want to mask them, you want to do anything, but your bottom line is to educate these kids, and you just want to quarantine them, and that's it. That's crazy. What are your contingency plans? It's nice on the surface, but there's no plans for these kids. Nothing. They're just going to figure it out themselves. They're going to miss tests. They're going to miss 14 days of stuff. Okay? 14 days of things. And you're basing your quarantine on a vaccination that is not approved by the state. It's not mandated by the state. It is not part of our immunizations that are required by the state, but that's what you're basing your thing on? How can you do that? How can you base your quarantine on different quarantines on something that's not even mandated by the state? And then these kids just have to make it up themselves. I think you're failing them. I really do. I think you're missing a big point. These kids need to be in school. They need to be educated. There's no reason to quarantine a healthy child. Thank you.
Good. We're adjourned. Thank you.